If you can confirm, if you can see my screen and also hear me properly, that'll be great. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So today's session is fully about building. Today we'll be building an email reply agent from scratch. So there are a few things that we will cover, which includes different platforms like Vercel for deployment, Railway, Google Cloud Console, fetching emails from Gmail API, etc. So at the end of the day, what we are going to build is a web application which mimics email, and it will fetch data from your actual Gmail application, and then you can reply through it, provided there is a context. So we will set all of that very nicely in the next few minutes. The prerequisites for this we have discussed in detail in the last lecture also. Just get ready with your Cloud Code. You will need either of the API keys, OpenAI or Gemini. It doesn't matter whether it's OpenAI or Gemini because you are building this today. So you can pretty much use any API key that you have available. I have these two API keys available. That's the reason why I have listed it here. And I'll be building using Cloud Code, but it doesn't matter really which coding agent you use. Any coding agent is fine to be used. So we can proceed with that. Just a second. I think somehow there is an annotation forming on the screen. Let's stop sharing and I'll restart. All right. So here is the actual pain point. Okay. So I built this app myself, and I'm currently using my own app for replying to all my emails. The goal is not to make a AI agent automatically reply or anything. Automatic replies, I personally don't prefer. However, add a human in the loop, craft the reply using AI itself so that it is useful to you in 90% of the cases. In 10% of the cases, the email that is crafted by the email agent in your draft will not be good. So you will have to modify it. So this will not cut down your email reply time into 0, but if the time is X, it will probably cut it down to 0.1x. In the last lecture, I had asked you in the chat, how many emails are you replying to typically on a daily basis? And many people mentioned it's 2 to 5 or 10 to 20. I did not see anyone who mentioned like 50 to 100 or something like that. So the true utility of something like this will come for those who are using either email or Slack or Discord or any other, let's say, platform for communication inside your team, where the order of magnitude of number of messages that you have to process before crafting a reply or the number of replies that you have to craft are on the order of few dozens, because that's when you truly feel the pain. To reply to 1 or 2 emails, you don't need an agent at all. But what I'm hoping is that irrespective of how extensive your usage of these communication platforms is, eventually you will find something like this useful. You might have also seen Gemini when you are using Gmail. Gemini creates an automatic response, right? I'm sure you have seen that, many of you. My question is, have you noticed anything not so great about the Gemini responses? Like, what has been your experience about the auto response crafted by Gemini? If you have ever used it or if you have ever seen it, you can just mention in the chat. So I will tell you what I experienced. The Gemini response is useful like 1/5 of the times, but it does not have the full context. It may have the context from that particular thread, but it's a bit generic response. I use it like 1 out of 6 times. If I see Gemini auto response 6 times, I may use it once. But other than that, I have pretty much found it very useless, right? And the main reason is not because the large language model is not good. Large language model is of course good, but the reason is we are not setting the context very nicely. So this problem is very real. And in fact, we are also building a tool where companies can make use of something like this, where they can connect their Gmail and their own database so that they can have their own email reply agent. Now, what we are going to build is something like this. We will have a website which will look almost like gmail.com. Okay. Inside this website, we will fetch the emails that are there in our primary inbox. The reason why I said primary inbox is the rest of the categories, social updates, and there is one more, right? You don't reply to those typically. Those are useful links, or whenever somebody shares documents, or when there is a one-time password, you use that. But the main inbox where you will spend time replying is the primary inbox. So we will create something which will look kind of like the Gmail primary inbox. And what we want to do is we want to craft a reply to any particular email in the primary inbox if we click on that email. So if that email is currently selected, um, there should be an automatically created reply. And if we approve, that reply should be sent to the person who sent us the email, right? So we don't have to 100% automate, but we will 90% automate. Human is still there in the loop. In case the reply is not something which you like, in case the reply is completely wrong, you should be having the ability to correct it. In case the email is the reply created by AI is 90% correct, you just need to make 10% change. You should be able to do that. Okay, so let's look at first of all, where do we need to start to do all of this? We will of course start with Cloud Code, and we will require some API of any LLM. And in that, you will feed the context of this entire email to that LLM, and that LLM is only ultimately who's going to create the response. Now, before we go ahead, I have one question. We are using Cloud Code to build this application, but once the application is built and once it is deployed, is Cloud Code coming into the picture anywhere? So Cloud Code is not coming into the picture in deployment. If we are using it in localhost, of course, Cloud Code can help. But when we are deploying, we will only have access to one brain. That brain will be the API, I mean LLM, any LLM, whichever one we are using. We'll use OpenAI or Gemini. So basically, that will be the brain. Cloud Code, we are simply using as a coding agent to build this platform. Beyond that, Cloud Code will not be there in the picture. Now, first, we need to have a Google Cloud Console account. I will tell you how to create this if you don't have it yet. And this is where we will set the Gmail API key. And whichever email you want to use, make a Google Cloud Console on that particular Google account. And of course, we will have Gmail as the application from which we are fetching our past emails or current emails. For storing the data, so when I say data, there are a few details which I need to mention. I will come to that. But for storing the data related to whenever our AI agent is replying, or when we made a correction to the reply, or when we gave the agent some feedback, all of that we will store in Supabase. Supabase is like a PostgreSQL style database. So you will see that when we are building. The front end part of our application, we will deploy in Vercel. If any backend functions are needed, which I don't think, if we are building a simple app, I don't think backend functions will be needed. But if it is needed, we will use Railway to deploy. And the whole project, we will be deploying on a GitHub repo. So the GitHub repo can be connected to Railway or Vercel, so that whenever you are making changes to the GitHub repo, you can auto deploy through continuous integration or continuous deployment to Railway or Vercel. So this is the workflow. So we will be using all these platforms. Now, can you tell me, if we need to craft a reply to an email, what all things should we feed into the context of the large language model? Let's say that the database is, the emails that are coming to you is based on some knowledge base. So you have some knowledge base document. Let's say you are part of Team Visuara. We have a bunch of courses, bundles. We have a lot of information about other programs. Everything may be there in some form of data, JSON file or CSV file. Now, this is, let's say the students are sending you emails, or people are sending you emails regarding some of these programs, specific programs. Okay. Now tell me, what all things should you pass into the context of the large language model to create the response, first of all? So first of all, the current thread, which we are looking at, that we should obviously pass, right? Because in the current thread, maybe there are already 2 or 3 exchanges that happened. Maybe this is a new thread, so no exchange has happened, but we don't know. So we will have to pass the entire current thread. That is the least thing we have to pass. Okay. Let me just type it. I think there is a little bit of slowness. So thread is one thing we pass. Then what else do we pass? We have a knowledge base, right? So that knowledge base, do we ideally pass it entirely, or because let's say you have 200 programs, somebody is asking you about some specific programs, do you have to pass the entire knowledge base? Because it's a bit of waste of context, right? So use RAG to fetch relevant item from the knowledge base. From the knowledge base, KB. What else do you need to pass? You have a specific style of response, right? So maybe you have to pass some email writing preferences. What else you may need to pass? Imagine you have already built the application. Wouldn't it be great if your email response agent is becoming better over time? Wouldn't it be great? Because what if the agent is not so good and you need to give some sort of feedback so that the agent can become better and better over time? So there should be some feedback system for your agent. And those feedbacks can be passed. If the number of such feedback is very, very big, maybe we'll have to figure out a way to condense it. But assuming that the app is in a very early stage, then the quantity of feedback will not be that high. So it will not pollute the context that much, but this feedback will be very good. And what can be feedback? Like, what are different forms in which you can give feedback? Or what all types of feedbacks can exist when you are using this application? One can be like a star rating. So let's say AI agent drafted a reply for a current email. I really like the reply, so I directly sent it, which means there is zero change between what the agent created and what I finally sent, right? So one is marking or storing the change we made to the agent's draft, storing changes to emails. So this will be useful. Why is it useful? Because that way the LLM can learn that this is the reason why I did not like its reply. I have specifically changed one or two sentences in the reply, and the LLM can learn from it. Storing changes to emails. Second thing is we can have some star rating, which will tell the degree with which its response was accepted by us. We can also have something like keywords or like a one-line comment saying the email was too generic, or we can have a comment-based feedback, right? And this feedback needs to be stored somewhere. We can store it in Supabase. And one more thing that might be useful is past emails or recent emails. So recent emails that were sent. So you know why recent emails give a lot of value? Because if we have accepted an email and if we have already sent it, it means that that already sent or already accepted email is something like a gold standard, meaning as a user, I accept this email, which is the reason why I decided to send it. So that will be very useful for my, not judge, my agent to realize that, oh, this is actually a good example of an email, right? So recent emails that were sent, this also we should store in the database. So if we have this much that we are passing as part of the context, we are hoping that the LLM, whichever one we are using, will be able to craft a very good response. Then now let's go down. So we will have, one more thing I forgot to mention is, what if there is a new data set that is added to a knowledge base? For example, if your knowledge base had information about your programs, and let's say you are now having some new programs, it is a painful thing for you to go to the backend manually and in Supabase add, manually add the new data into your database. So it will be great if on your application itself, on the front end, there is something which allows you to add new information into your database, right? And one more thing that you can do is, one more thing which we can implement in the app is setting some sort of rules. So by rules here, what I mean is, let's say your email agent, you notice that an email agent is making some big mistake in some of its replies, that it is hallucinating about one particular thing. You can create a rule saying this should never be done, and that rule will always be there in the context. So this rule also, so that it'll be great if there is a provision in the application to set some rules which, irrespective of which emails you're replying to, the agent is taking care of that. Rule is like, yeah, some sort of guardrail, because if something is always present in the context, it will act to a great extent as a guardrail, right? In any case, there is a guardrail. The guardrail is human. There is a human in the loop, unless you are completely automating the pipeline where you create a confidence score, and for those emails where the confidence score is greater than 90, you decide to send the reply automatically. If it is less than 90, a human in the loop is coming. In that case, the guardrails need to be very, very strong. But yeah. And what about the tone of reply? So all of that will be in this email writing preferences. So in the email writing preference, we will feed information about what type of reply should it be, a long reply, short reply, etc. Is my voice not very clear? If you can confirm, maybe it's just my mic or internet. Okay, thanks. So this also I mentioned, okay? So AI would have generated an email reply. So before versus after, if we modify this AI generated email, the before version is the AI's original version. After version is the version which we created after modifying AI's version. So that also, if we store in Supabase or whatever the database is, it will be very good. Another couple of features that you will need is, you will require an authentication system. Authentication system as in, just like how you log into your email, Gmail, just provide the same login access to this so that only you can access it. Second thing is, something that will be nice is if there is a way to easily change the API key. So if you are using OpenAI or Gemini, if the API key, let's say, expired, it'd be nice if a API key modification provision is there in a simple way. Then a few more features which I think will be beneficial for the application is, if we already made a reply to a particular email in the primary inbox. So by the way, we will only be looking at the primary inbox, the updates, social, forums, those things we don't care, right? We typically don't respond to those emails. We reply primarily in our primary inbox. So from the primary inbox, if we already made a reply, it will be great if we simply archive the email. Archive meaning it will not be deleted, it will still be there, but we will not see it in the front end. That way, our front end is very clean. Second is, we will ensure that the LLM is never auto-replying. This is easy to implement because Gmail API needs to be called. So unless we click a button, Gmail API will not be called. And to make our life easier, we should not have to give any custom command to start generation. As soon as we select a particular email thread, the reply to that particular thread should be created in one click. And of course, we should have a provision to modify the email and send it if we need to modify it. So then the amount of modifications that we will have to make will be high in the beginning, and it will be low, hopefully, as the app becomes better and better with our usage. Okay. So this is the overall structure. Now we can open our Visual Studio Code. And I have a folder here. So this is my folder. Okay, I have named it as Building Email Agent Live. So you can also create a working directory in your open in your Visual Studio Code, and or whatever is your IDE. And here I'm showing you the knowledge base which I had for my earlier, my current actual email agent that I am using. So I'll show you a folder. So this is my knowledge base, which I will not be using today. I just pasted it here just to show you how complex it is and how it actually looks like. So one thing I want to show you is this emails folder. So this emails folder has, I think, 12 or 13 JSON files. Each of these JSON files correspond to all the email threads happened in a month. So all these are emails from our last 1 year of emails. Okay. And look at the size of these JSON files. If a JSON file is 34 MB, it's huge, meaning that the number of emails here is huge. So the total size of these JSON files alone is maybe like 200 to 300 MB, which is very high. Okay. So this is one reason why we cannot pass the data directly in a raw format to our context. It will easily exceed our context, or it will rot our context. Second thing is the knowledge base. So we have a bunch of courses, information regarding those courses, all created in this JSON format. And it's very, very long. So this is that JSON format document. And this also, if we pass it directly to our context, this will not be good. People might think, okay, we can directly convert this JSON into some format or store this as some, bulk data set in Supabase engine, then just retrieve it whenever needed, then retrieve the full thing whenever needed. But that won't be an ideal thing. So we have to create much compressed version. So what I'm going to do is I will start from scratch. Let me just delete this knowledge base because this is not what we are going to use. We'll use a separate one. Was the knowledge base JSON created by LLM? No, that was not generated by LLM. That particular knowledge base was generated using an MCP, which connects to my Firestore database. So it fetches all the course information, creates JSON files for individual courses. Then I asked LLM to write a Python script. And then for using the Python script, I compiled those individual JSONs into one single JSON. But then later I created a much more condensed version. Now for today's purpose, I have created a simple CSV file, which I will show you in a moment. So this is the CSV file. I think I should just open it, but I think you can see what it looks like. So comma separated means each comma, before and after each comma, it's a separate column. So first column is course name, course link, course description, starting date, etc. So this I created using ChatGPT just today morning. It's fairly easy. I just asked it to create some sample data set. Okay, so I asked it to mention details about 150 courses with these details. So it's not a very big data set. It's a kind of small data set. So I will share the knowledge base with you guys. So let me first create a GitHub repo for this. That also I can ask Cloud Code to do. Create a public GitHub repo for this titled Visuara email agent building. No, I have not connected with GitHub MCP. I'll tell you how this works. Just give me 1 second. My computer is slowing down a little bit. Let me just close if there are any background processes. You can actually do in parallel, but if you are stuck somewhere, you can, of course, refer to the recording. The goal today is not just for you to watch the lecture, it's to build it. And there are so many steps. So I think you can catch up. Okay, now about connecting with GitHub. So I'll tell you how I connected with my GitHub. So just go to github.com or search GitHub access token on Google. And then here you will see an option. I mean, on Google itself, you will see an option called managing GitHub personal access tokens. And where is the link? Yeah, GitHub auth login should also work. Yeah. I created access token so that each time I don't need, whenever I'm switching my workspace to my AWS EC2 instance, I can just provide the access token. But yeah, you can easily use GitHub auth also. Anything is fine. But anyways, let me just find this first. Satyajit, if I go any slower, this will take you guys 6 hours before you leave. So there is a lot to cover. So the whole reason why I'm recording this is because I'm pretty sure that because each of you have different systems, for some of you Python might be an issue, for some of you you might get stuck at some other place. So I'm sure that 100% of you will not be follow it fully during the live lecture, but you can follow it afterwards. But let me just find if any of you just find the direct link to get the access token, that'll be great. Otherwise, I'll just show you how to access using GitHub CLI. Log into GitHub using CLI or auth. So once I create the GitHub, I'll share the link with all of you. You can just get this dummy data from there. Oh, thanks, Vishnu. So yeah, this is where you can create the personal access token. I have already created one for my AWS, but what you can do is this link which Vishnu has shared, click generate token, and it will ask you for your passkey for logging in for sure. And you name the token and give it appropriate permissions, like if it needs to access all repositories. Okay, so let's say you click all repository, and then here is an option to add permissions. So if you add all permissions, basically this access token will act like a complete admin, an admin who has complete access to your GitHub, which is not recommended. If it needs to get access to only some specific repositories, you should only give that level of access, right? So in the permissions, you can give appropriate permissions. Okay, but the idea is if you have the access token, keep it private and you can use it whenever you need to connect to GitHub. So it'll make your life very easy. Yeah, the process is basically this link which Vishnu has shared. Just go to that link, create an access token. In the access token, give whatever just give whatever permissions you need to give. Don't give permissions for all, just give repository level permissions. Uh, but that and all, actually GitHub permission is like a lazy thing to do. You don't really need it. If you are using GitHub desktop or something on your computer, you can manually push the changes to GitHub. You don't need AI agent to push the changes. But just because I'm just continuing everything here on GitHub on CCO, I'm just doing it. But this is the repo. Okay, so what you can do is, okay, now let me ask it to push everything to the repo. So far to the repo. So this is the repo. Just open it, clone it, and you should find, once this is pushed, you should find the uh, knowledge base there. So this is the CSV file with roughly 150 dummy course dataset. Okay, so just take a clone of this. Next is, let's create a basic markdown documents, something like initial.md, in which we will mention all of our details, what we want to build. So I want to an email reply agent for Gmail. Then use Gmail API to fetch everything from primary inbox. The agent should craft the reply using OpenAI or Gemini API. Then there should be a Supabase database where the knowledge is stored. Basically, we have courses or programs regarding which we will receive emails. So when the reply is crafted, it should refer to the document mentioning the program info. Then what else do we need? I need the ability to modify the email drafted by AI before sending, if required. And then the next thing is, in the Supabase, the original email drafted by AI. I usually use Whisperflow for speech to text, but right now I'm not using it because I realize my computer has become slow. Maybe because I have not updated Zoom or something like that. It's becoming a bit slow. So that's the reason I'm just directly typing. In the Supabase, the original drafted email drafted by AI, and the one I sent should be stored. The front end should be deployed on Vercel. If backend functions are needed, you can use Railway. All right, so I just gave this as the command, and there are many more things which we have discussed in the Miro notes, which we are missing right now. Yeah, authentication system. We'll come to that. Then I also tech stack. I think it will ask. We can say ask for our preferences. What type of front end, what stack do we need to use in the back end? Yeah, but there are so many instructions, right? First, we should give the instructions, and then let's divide this whole building into different phases. Okay, then we have to fetch some emails from our inbox. So that I will do a bit separately. I will first ask Cloud Code to create a separate function for fetching the email, because today the email that I'm going to use for this demonstration purpose is a different email of mine. So this is the email which I don't use that frequently. I rarely reply to anyone on this. So you can see that many of the inbox is like some useless junk, but we can use this. So here there is really no data which somebody can utilize to teach our agent. But what I will do is, like, I will create my own writing preferences separately. But I will also show you, if you need to scrape data from your own Gmail, how can you do that? And then you should never send an email automatically the user should approve with one button click. Implement authentication so that only the owner of the email has access. The login can be via Google login. Then the other feature that we need is, yes, for every email reply, there should be a star rating and textual feedback option that is stored on Supabase. This we will do later. This provision for adding new data we can add a bit later. Then existing knowledge base, yes. The existing knowledge base in the CSV file in the working directory should be converted to a vector database and stored in Supabase. You will have to perform RAG to fetch the relevant info from the vector database. There are a lot of spelling mistakes, but I'm just ignoring it. Okay, I think this much initial information is enough for the time being. We can add the rest of the things later. The implementation should happen in phases. So you should plan first, ask my preferences, and then execute in phases. All right. Maybe instead of initial.md, I'll just rename this as idea.md or something. Okay, and let me just push this. Actually, you know what? This is annoying. So what I'll do is I'll show you how the easier way to use GitHub. So this is the GitHub repo, right? So I have GitHub desktop. If you install GitHub desktop, you can just say open with GitHub desktop. Do we need to log the completion metrics? Ajiket, what is the completion metrics? Like completion of what? You mean the phase implementation or something else? Log the completion metrics. So when you say metrics, you mean for each phase, if it did this so and so, should we log it somewhere? It's not needed because whether a phase has been implemented or not, we are anyway, in this particular case, it's not needed because we will anyway see it in our front end, whether something is implemented. Let me not open GitHub desktop, guys, because again, there is a little bit of slowness. By the way, I can ask it to open it in my GitHub desktop. Open this in GitHub desktop. Push latest changes to GitHub. Yeah, I know Claude can do it. It's just that I just want to show you where I skip the Claude altogether. Like whenever a change is made, I can just with one click, one mouse click from GitHub desktop, we can just commit and push the changes. So that I don't need to keep on using Claude Code for it. But anyways, it's pushed to the GitHub. So if you need my exact idea.md file, you can take it from GitHub. Now I'll ask, let me increase the font size a little bit. I'm not sure if it's fully readable for you. Create a detailed cloud.md file based on the instructions provided in idea.md. And again, here cloud.md will be only used during the building of this application. Once it is built, once it is deployed, we are not using anymore we are not using anymore the cloud code environment at all. It's a production environment where the only LLM that is coming into picture is whatever LLM we have access to, right? So this cloud.md will not be used once the app is working. So meanwhile, just let me know, where are you guys at? Okay, so cloud.md is ready. Let's just look at the structure. We can just open it as a proper markdown file. So I have installed like a markdown preview plugin. So if I just press Command Shift V, whatever markdown file I have opened, I can see it in a nice way. So this is the same cloud.md, but I'm viewing it using this preview plugin. AI powered email reply agents, which helps Visual respond so and so. The agent fetches emails from primary inbox, drafts context aware replies using RAG, lets the user review, edit, approve. No email is sent automatically. Very good. So front end Next.js deployed on Vercel. So here it did not ask my preferences, which is okay. I could have said, okay, make sure that for front end and back end user preferences are also asked. But maybe it will ask. Let's see. System flow. This is fine. Core requirements, Gmail integration, AI reply with RAG. Convert this into Markdown extension name is called, I think, MD preview or something. Let me just check. Markdown. This one, I think it's this Markdown preview with 8.8 million downloads. You can just search Markdown preview in the extensions. You will see that. Then yeah, so email reply. So once you have the Gmail integration done, this we have not done yet. We are yet to do it. Email reply drafting using RAG. So first, this CSV file has to be converted into vector database. I will show you exactly how the vector looks like in Supabase. Then human in the loop for sure. Authentication so that only people who are having access to the original Gmail should get access to this app. Then Supabase database schema. There is a table for storing emails. There is a table for storing replies. I don't know if there should be two separate tables like that, but anyways, that we can modify. Feedback, there should be one table. Course embeddings, there should be one table. This is also where the vector embedding will show up. So you will see inside this table the vector embedding corresponding to the course. Then knowledge base / RAG pipeline, feedback system with star rating, implementation phases. First is the foundation, knowledge base, Gmail integration, email reply generation, feedback and polish, then deployment. Okay, let's go with the first phase. So all of these instructions are in natural language. You can simply say, in natural language just to go ahead with phase one. So let us start implementing in phases now. So I'm simplifying this as much as I can. The reason is the amount of time it required for me to build my actual Gmail email app is like humongous, because there are a lot more details which I added, and I have probably spent 2 or 3 weeks on it. This is like a much more distilled version of that. Okay. Before we start phase one, I have a few preference questions. AI provider, OpenAI or Gemini, or for both. So both OpenAI and Gemini options should be there. Then Supabase, do you already have Supabase project, or I have Supabase account, but no project? If you don't have account, you can just log into Supabase using Google or GitHub. Google Cloud project, do you have one set up with Gmail ID? I don't have Google Cloud project. Then package manager, npm is fine. UI framework, UI, I'm fine with pretty much anything. Tailwind is fine. You can take the call here. I'll just copy this, and I'm not sure. Okay, by the way, if I paste this command in the chat, you probably won't get the exact same questions, but regardless. So the first command was based on idea.md, create detailed claude.md. Once claude.md is created, it will show different phases. Of course, the phases will not be exactly same for each of you. It will be completely different. But more or less it will be the same because our idea.md document is the same. So and then once these phases are ready in the cloud.md, just ask cloud to start the execution. Then it will start the execution in phases. And since in the idea.md we had asked it to ask our preferences at different steps, it will ask our preferences. Okay, so manual setup needed first of Supabase, then manual setup of cloud. This also we will do. What else? Okay, so now Cloud Code has asked us to set up Supabase and set up Google Cloud Console. So this all of us can do together because all of us will need this. The first thing is Supabase. So just click supabase.com/dashboard. If you don't have a Supabase account, just go to Supabase and log in using your GitHub. Anything should work. And I have bunch of projects here. So I will, you know what this urine smell tracker is. Our earlier office had a lot of issue with the bathroom. So I created a agent to automatically send them an email. Please clean the bathroom. Then Visuaras.org. So here I will name the project as, what should I name? Email reply agent v2 demo. So just go to Supabase, log in using your username. I mean, if you have username, password, login using that, or Gmail, I think Google also will work, or GitHub. Once you are here, just let me know. You have to create a new project. You will have to create one organization. I think there will be one organization available for you to be created for by free. Then database password, I can just put some strong password. Okay. And enable data API, enable this. I don't think we need to enable by default. So just create a project. And I don't need this password, so I'm just saying never. So this is the Supabase project, and we have to set up a few things. So first thing is new project, name it something like this, choose a strong database password, select a region, all of this is done. So now what we need to provide to Cloud Code is the project URL, anonymous public key, service role key. So where you can find is on the left-hand side of the Supabase dashboard, you can see a bunch of things. So here in the project settings, if you scroll down, or here itself, you can see where is that API keys. Before that, let me copy the project URL. I forgot to copy. So I will just paste this in a txt file for the time being, but obviously you should not paste these things in txt file. I'm just creating this as a temporary thing. Okay. Ideally, it should be in a .env file. I will ask Cloud to do that. So keys.txt. So this is the Supabase URL. Then I will need anonymous anon publish key. And I need there was one more thing which was service role key. So that you can find, I think, in JWT keys. Let me just find. I'm not sure where exactly to find the service role key. Let me just, yeah, I think it's over here in the API keys section in the second tab. Public key I got from this API keys section here in the publishable and secret API key. This publishable key is the public key. The URL of the Supabase project you can find from the project overview page. And this service role key is over here. Service. Okay, so that is also done. So you need three things from Supabase. One is the project URL, Supabase URL, public key, and the Supabase service role key. You can find it from the dashboard. Second thing is we need, oh, you can use search function in the dashboard to get these details. Amazing. Thanks for sharing, Satyajit. Second thing you will need is the API key for accessing Google Gmail account. So for that, we need to create a Google Cloud account. Many of you might already have a Google Cloud account. I'm not sure how many of you actually have tried this before, but you can just search Google Cloud and go to this. And by default, it will ask you to create an account. Okay. By default, it will, if you go to this console option, it will ask you to create an account. But I today morning created a free trial account. I already have a bunch of other accounts, but I don't want to use that for this demo project. But here in Google Cloud Console, it will ask you, you can create a free account which will last for 90 days. And it's free. You will have free $300 credits, two-step verification. Turn on two-step verification. Okay. Okay, so this is done. Two-step verification enabled almost. Arun, maybe it will ask you for Google Cloud account in the next step for you. But in any case, whether it is asking or not, you should do this step because you will need it at the later stage. Because you need to connect your Gmail to your application, right? So Gmail API is needed and this Google Cloud is required for that. So the way things work in Google Cloud is you have to create projects and different API or different apps are part of the projects. This I have already done. Let me just refresh. Let me just quickly check my internet speed. It's a bit okay. Yeah, so basically what we need is the JSON file and the token, correct? So this is our first project, and here we need to create Gmail API. So search in the search bar, search for Gmail API. Then you will find this Gmail API option. And for this project, so my project name is called my first project. We need to enable Gmail API. So just click enable. And let's go back to Claude. Claude will need API and services OAuth consent screen. Choose external user type, fill in the app name, add scopes. So this is the OAuth consent screen option. You just need to follow these steps. So let me just take a screenshot of this and put on the chat so that everyone can follow this. So I just shared the steps on the chat. Just follow that. And get started. App name Visuara, email dummy. Yeah, I have steps for Supabase also. I will share that also in the chat. Audience, internal, external. I think this can be kept external. Then email address. Here also I'll give my own email address. I agree, continue, create. Now we need to create an OAuth client, I believe. So first, external user type, add scopes. Then in API and services, go to credentials. So has all of you created the Supabase yet? Just let me know where you are at right now. So OAuth client I need to create. my application is a web application. So application type is web application. Name, I can put anything. Web client 1 is fine. Then authorized JavaScript origins. So authorized origins, I think I can just put localhost 3000, assuming we'll be local hosting this on this particular, in the beginning, we'll be local hosting it here. Name of the app can be anything, doesn't matter. You can put whatever name you want. It is just for reference. And for authorize redirect, whatever this is, followed by slash API slash auth slash callback slash Google. It's there in the instruction, the screenshot which I shared. So now, once you are deploying the app, you will have a separate, and it will ask you for a JSON download. So this JSON will have all the information regarding this app, which you will need for connecting your Gmail to your web app. So just download JSON. I'm not sure if it got downloaded or not. Okay, so this JSON, you can drag and put it inside your working directory. I think that's all we need. A download slash copy the client ID and client secret. So that should be there in the JSON file. Now what we can say is I have pasted Supabase details in the keys.txt and the JSON from the Google Cloud is added to the working directory. So now automatically this will realize that Cloud Code will realize that we have to add this into the .env file. So it should hopefully create a .env file now. Yeah, so keys.txt file has three things. The Supabase URL, then public key and Supabase service role key. So those are the three things you need. And in the JSON file, which is directly downloaded from the Google Cloud, it will have the client ID and client secret. Now let me scaffold phase one. I'll create Next.js project and set everything up. So it's now building the Next.js app, and hopefully we'll see. I'm not sure if authentication, Google login authentication is being set in phase one directly or not yet. We'll see. Where are you guys at? Have you done at least the two things, Supabase setup and the Google Cloud setup? Have you done those two things? And by the way, if this same thing you want to apply for Slack, Slack has an MCP, much easier that way. Or if it is Discord, Discord also allows you to connect through MCP, I believe. Yeah, so Google Cloud steps, the steps are shared in this particular screenshot. If you scroll a little bit above, how do I tag it? I just need to pin it somewhere. Yeah, I have just pinned it. So in Google Cloud, basically first you need to create OAuth consent screen. The app name does not matter. That you can put whatever name, doesn't matter. But what you need to put correctly is the local host. So put localhost 3000 for the 3000 or any port is fine. And then the redirect URL, I'll just show you that you guys might need. So this you can keep as the authorized JavaScript URL. And obviously the 3000 can be replaced with anything, doesn't matter. But by default, you can keep it like this. Agents.md, not necessarily. We can create it. Please zoom in. Okay, in terminal, let me just, I'll zoom in one more step. How about now? Is this better? Oh, this is too much. I can't read anything now. Yeah, this is better, I hope. I will also say once done, push the changes to GitHub. Also, you will notice, for those of you who are familiar with this, .gitignore is the file which will not be pushed into GitHub. Okay, so in .ignore, we have to mention which files from this will not be pushed. So you see this .env file is included in .gitignore, meaning it will be ignored while the commit and push is being created. Node modules will have a bunch of files with respect to the npm packages that also you don't typically push into GitHub, that you produce locally. Yeah, so you will not find the env file on your side once it is created. Uh, yeah, that is a good idea. Yeah, I will show you once where the service role key can be found. In any case, these I will be deleting. I know that this is not the right way to keep using the key, but um, so regarding service role key, this is where you have to go. You see this section, this tab called publishable and secret keys. That is where you can find the publishable key, and then this legacy anonymous slash service role API key. From that, you can find the this one, service underscore role secret. So you just enable to view it, and then you can copy and paste it. Okay, so OAuth authentication is actually implemented in phase one itself. Post Google and Supabase, can we summarize the steps again? Yeah. So Supabase is for database, then Google authentication. For app to be deployed, you will require Vercel for front end, or anything is fine, but I'm using Vercel. Sometimes you might need to have some backend Python scripts running in a server. If that is needed, um, you should probably give access to Railway also. But I cannot recollect for this particular app. Probably some backend functions are not needed. But let's come to that. I don't think Railway is needed for the time being. Please where to enter scopes for Gmail read only. That I did not modify, Roshan. I just kept the default. So right now I think the API will have all the access, whatever is default. You can change it later. This clerk asked me to do for a clerk. I'm not sure what does that mean. I don't know what it means. Asking to do for clerk, meaning what does that imply? I'm not sure. If no backend, then front end code will do RAG and LLM API calls, etc. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. So in the current app which I have, there is a Railway backend, but that is for a very different functionality. I don't think I'm running a Python script or something to do the LLM API call or doing the RAG. But we'll see when we come to that, because sometimes the Cloud Code itself will ask for hosting a Python script on Railway. Yeah, yeah. What is the shape of your app currently? Like how much is it still being built? Yeah, so if front end, ideally front end should not do this. So in if this is a public facing app, right? Let's say you are building something where the same URL public is coming and they are using their individual accounts or something like that. The best practice is not to do anything in the front end. Do everything in backend. So create environment variables in Railway and store the OpenAI Gemini API keys in Railway. Let's come to that in a moment. Last command was to start building. So I asked to start phase one building. Then it asked me to give Supabase and Cloud Code, Google Cloud information. I gave it that. And then now it is continuing to build these four things: the basic setup and Google Auth authentication. Oh, I mean, this is just it's just something that Claude keeps saying. I mean, next step is simply asking Cloud Code to continue building phase one. That's it. It will take you. See, it has taken me 11 minutes so far, right? So it will take you some time. Level of front end will be there. Like we will be able to see something. Yeah, of course, Gitifying is that. But sometimes it will keep saying some weird tomfoolering. It will keep on saying depending on what it's doing. There are like a lot of memes surrounding what Cloud says depending on what it does. For email polling, which option, cron job or Gmail push notifications, real time webhook? Email polling means, here in this context, what does it mean by email polling? Is it asking regarding how often to fetch the latest emails from the API? It can be based on, or is it something else? If it is about how often should the Gmail API latest email should be fetched from the API, simply it can be based on a refresh. It need not be a cron job. Yeah, cron job means I think it will keep on doing something as a function of time. Okay, how to react for incoming emails? Yeah. So for our own purposes, right? The Gmail required a lot of additions. One is speed. So one of the practices that we have is keeping, because the same inbox is being looked at by 3 or 4 different people, we need to keep the inbox a little bit clean. Now, Gmail has a certain way, like you can enable keyboard shortcuts in Gmail. And one of the keyboard shortcuts for archiving an already replied email is like E. So if you press the key E, an email will be archived, which means it will not be there in the inbox. You can see it when you go to the all mails, that option. So one problem that I noticed was in the app that we created, whenever I was trying to archive, once the archive functionality is implemented, it was too slow. So when I have to move from one email to another, the the time it takes to make that switch is like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, which is like a bit annoying. Then we were looking at how Google implemented the same thing. And Google has something where, and first of all, this archiving is also another API call, right? So we can't do it as fast as Google probably. I don't know internally what they do. But in our case, what we did is the moment I press archive or E button, the process will happen in the background. But in the front end, we will immediately make the email disappear. Meaning in the front end, we will see as if that email is gone. But in the back end, it may take a few more seconds to actually archive the email. So we did something like that to improve the user experience so that we can go through the emails a bit faster. Then another issue that I noticed was in the Supabase, some tables were not getting updated. This issue most likely today we'll again see. And then sometimes what happens is in Supabase you will have to run some custom SQL command yourself by copy pasting it. So to create new tables sometimes, and sometimes the cloud code, the code itself, which was written by cloud, was making a mistake where my original plan was whenever an email is modified between 5 to 10 percentage, I have to notice that change and I have to store the original email and the changed email in the database. But if an email has been completely modified, like let's say there is 50% change or 70% change, it should not be stored, because then there is no point, there is nothing for AI to learn. That was my thought. Then what was happening was the way the code was written had a logic issue, the flaw in the logic, that all the change, even minor change, it was because of a slash tab or some extra character coming in the in the email. All the emails, irrespective of whether I make 1% change or 90% change, were experiencing huge change. The way cloud code was, the code was taking it was such that the email what I sent, even if a minor change is made, is actually 90% change. And because of this, no email was getting stored in my Supabase database. So this problem we did not realize initially. We ended up realizing it when the quality of our response started degrading, because no email was getting stored. We realized then we had to check the Supabase manually for every single interaction to ensure that the way items are stored in Supabase are the way we intend it to be stored. Then what else? So where are you guys at? Are you guys still in the implementation phase for phase one? Yeah, so context window management. Okay, yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is I had created a separate page for context window management for my app. So in my app, I was using Gemini API. So I wanted to know what exactly is going into the Gemini API call into the context each and every email response creation. So then I created a context visualizer in which the exact content from the each file, whatever is being fetched from Supabase, exact content will be displayed in the front end so that I can see what context is being displayed. Such a thing we can also build here. Because if we don't know visually what goes into the context of the LLM, we will never be able to manage it properly. So for context management, one thing that we are definitely going to do here is RAG. Okay, let me know when you are ready for phase two. Okay, something seems to be done. Let's see. Mm, migration SQL in Supabase in SQL editor, enable Google OAuth in Supabase authentication providers, add your OpenAI or Gemini API keys to environment local. Okay, let's do this. I'm not sure if Supabase allows any other. I think primarily its database is Postgres SQL. I'm not sure if it has any other database format. Uh, okay, first of all, where is the SQL code which I have to run? Give me the SQL code to run in Supabase SQL editor in a separate file here. Then enable Google OAuth in Supabase authentication provider. Of course, I can do that. I want to show you one more thing. Let's just look at this. There is something called table editor. Um, and here you can see that there are no tables yet, meaning in Supabase there is nothing. So I just went to the Supabase database. On the left hand side, you will see a bunch of icons. On the a table like icon is there, that is table editor. Or even in project overview, you will see something called, or not in project overview, here you see something called database. So in the database, there are nothing yet, no tables yet. So to create the table, instead of manually, if you want to create it automatically, Cloud Code will typically, when you deal with Supabase, it will give you these SQL functions to run. I'm not sure if Cloud Code can directly run it in Supabase or not. Maybe it can. Maybe we can ask it. But in the interest of time, since I already have it here, I will show you how to run this manually. So it will often, when you work with Supabase, it will automatically ask you to create Supabase tables using the SQL. Uh, so just go here, find this SQL editor, and then paste the SQL code which Cloud Code gave you here, and then just command enter to run. And if it is successful, it says success, no rows returned. Now, hopefully, when we see the database, there should be some tables. Let's see if something is there. See, so some tables are ready. Uh, Feedback table, course embedding table, replies table, emails table. So the tables are ready. Um, and okay, now we need Gemini or OpenAI API key so that I have available. So env file I'm not going to show directly because it's not a good practice. But env file should ideally have all the I mean, I have already shown you most of the keys, but in general, env files, let's say you want to keep it separately, you can create a .env.example file. I can show you a dummy. But ideally, it should have Supabase um, links, and then it should have the OpenAI API key, and what else? Okay, I have already ran the SQL migration. But I have not enabled OAuth in Supabase. I don't know how to do it, so let me ask Cloud Code how to um, enable. Okay, run enable Google OAuth in Supabase. Go to authentication providers, Google, toggle it on, place the client ID and secret. How to give me link where we can paste in Supabase. I'm also not sure why Supabase requires Google OAuth right now. Last time, the way I implemented was my app required Google OAuth, not Supabase. But let's see. Authenticate your users through a suite of providers. Okay. Also in the Google Cloud Console, add this as an authorized redirect URL. So that is done. Authentication is one time or they have expiry? It has expiry, but I think the authentication token will survive for whatever the typical duration is. This also is done. This is also done. So maybe for some of you, Supabase and Google connection, it will not ask. Last time when I built it, there was no such thing. Just my web app was getting connected to Google, so I never had to provide Supabase redirect URL to the Google Cloud. Build the script to parse the CSV, generate embeddings via OpenAI, and store them. But it will be great if front end is ready for me to see the front end. Can you local host the website so far? Yeah, I will be providing the recording for those of you who are late for sure. Has anyone reached a point where the phase one is getting closer to completion? I don't think everybody will have 6 phases. In my case, I have 6 phases, but you may have different number of phases. Yeah, so the callback URL is pasted over here. So wherever you have pasted the callback URL for the local host, right? So you would have pasted something like this in the authorized redirect URL. Below that, just add the URL and then paste it here. So I'm just manually just local hosting this once. Let's see how it looks like in dev mode. Okay. So this is the login screen, and here I will have to message is not. Okay. So in the first step, I am getting this error that authentication is not working. Terminal prompts as is. So if I paste, so I have not given too many terminal prompts, by the way. The only terminal prompts that I have given are pasting so see, terminal prompts will slightly depend on what the Cloud Code is outputting you, right? So for me, Cloud Code was asking to do some things in Supabase and in Cloud Console. So I did both of that. But I think depending on what the structure of the project is, sometimes it will not ask you to connect Supabase and Google directly. So that's the reason why I don't think it's that useful to have the same terminal commands. But if you ask me which step you are at, I can tell you what to do at that step. But yeah, if there are any major building related commands, I will share those commands directly in the terminal. Okay, phase 2 is complete. Uh, in the login, I am getting this error. So the reason why I pasted this is my local host, and when I try to log in using Google, it's not showing me the Google login pop-up. Rather, it's throwing me the error. So you can just fix it. Enable Google. Go to this. Find Google. Enter the client ID. Enter the secret. I thought I already did this. Okay. The problem was I had not flipped this switch to enable the Google login. So now it is enabled. So probably it should work now. Okay. So now it's asking me to log in using Google. Yeah, Google authentication in this is implemented using. Okay, now I'm getting a new error. Access blocked. This has not completed Google verification process. All right. Now I am getting this error. Oh, we need to add this user to the test user. Okay, add your Gmail address, the one that you are trying to log in with. I thought I already did that, but let's see. Thanks for that suggestion, Vishnu, by the way. Any user with Google account? Not yet. Add users. I think this is needed because I have not published the app. It is in the testing stage. So I need to add the users who are eligible to log in to see the test. Okay, so now hopefully, since my email is here, hopefully it should work. Google hasn't verified the app. You should only continue if you develop, you know the developer. Okay, sign in, select all. Okay, so something is working in the app so far. Um, I don't know the, I don't know where is the inbox yet. Authentication is working. Okay. So, okay. So far, so good. Inbox has not been set up yet, or I don't know if there is a separate link for the inbox. It is working now. Where can I see the inbox? We did not give the any Vercel information yet because this is still in localhost. So I have not deployed it, right? So I have not connected it with Vercel. That I will do at the end. Why connect it right now? Uh, Now the dashboard just shows a placeholder message. Email integration is in phase 3. Right now we haven't built it yet. Okay, so in phase 3, we will fetch the emails from primary inbox, display them, store fetched emails in Supabase. Why should we store fetched emails in Supabase? That is not needed. Yeah, I think there is some hallucination here by Cloud Code because the reason why Cloud thought Supabase and Gmail should be connected is because Supabase emails are being stored in Supabase, but that is not needed. We don't need it. The original idea was to keep a record of which emails got AI replies and link them, but we can simplify fetch emails live from Gmail API and only store the email reference when a reply is actually created. Exactly, that is better. That is what we need. So what Cloud Code was thinking so far is that it thought um, we are going to store every single email in Supabase, but that is not the case. We are only storing those emails to which we make a reply because they are useful emails. But every single email in the inbox need not be stored in Supabase. That is the reason why Cloud Code asked us to connect Supabase and Gmail, Google, but that is normally not needed. So right now we are simplifying it. So now, hopefully, after this phase 3 simplified update is done, we should see the emails being fetched and our inbox being displayed here. Let's see that. Also, I hate this font. I don't like this style at all. It's really bad, but that we can change in the end. So the main thing is working now, which is authentication with Google. So can you tell me, can you guys just text in the chat, where are you at? Are you still in the phase 1 building stage, or have you ended up getting something up in localhost yet, or where are you guys? Okay. For phase one, how many minutes is it showing so far? Has it crossed like 25 minutes and all, or is it still uh, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Oh, you have mail pulls from the Gmail app and shown in the app. Okay, amazing. That's awesome, Murali Krishna. It's amazing. Do we need this front end Supabase JWT secret? I don't think so. I don't think we need that. We just need three things from Supabase: the URL, public key, and the service role key. Okay, so if email fetched email is being displayed, it's already amazing. So now ideally you should be able to reply from there itself, reply to someone from there itself. So right now, 90% of the times I use my email app, 10% of the times I use the actual Gmail. Satyajit, we don't have to manually set up the env file that Cloud will automatically take care of. You just need to give the API to Cloud or put it in a different file and ask it to create env yourself to Cloud Code. If anyone can show the screenshot of the UI of the app, you don't have to display any private emails or something, but just if you can just show the UI of the app, a sample, that would be great. Anyone who has the app working, you can just take a screenshot without showing the actual email content or something, just to show the style that just to see the style has that Cloud Code has followed. Oh, by the way, one more thing I forgot to mention. So yeah, 2 days back I was building something with Cloud Code, but I accidentally ended up using Sonnet. Okay, and Sonnet, the output was so bad. I thought Sonnet was also semi decent. I was building a web page, and the output was so bad that I was like confused. Like, why is it suddenly so bad? Then I thought, oh, maybe the model is not Opus 4.6 anymore. So Opus 4.6 is making a huge difference. My thinking was that the agentic architecture that Cloud has built, that was making all the difference, but it seems to not be the case. So if any of you ever feel like the output is not so good, just have a look at which model the Cloud Code is using. Okay, this is great, Murali Krishna. It's a simple. Let me just open the screenshot. Okay, Pro Plan is nearly impossible. So in Pro Plan, when you are, let's say, building an app like this, if you look at the slash usage, have you noticed that it's like so fast in 1 hour? If you build for roughly an hour, it's exceeding the limits, is it? Okay. Hmm. It's so unfortunate in the sense, like, at least for UI related tasks, I have seen Sonnet is not so good. Opus is really really good. Uh, but for tasks where you are primarily dealing with code or just text, I think using Sonnet 4.6 is fine. Okay, Vishnu also seems to have a front end ready. Okay, amazing. You can name it something, something which you like. One thing you will notice it this is super slow. Like, this meaning not the building process. Whatever apps you have built by default will be a bit slow. right? So you will have to do additional things to take care of it. Okay, restart the dev server. You should see. So now let's see what has become the status of our local host. I am getting this error. Oh, 6:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. IST. Interesting. In the backend, it has given incorrect category. It should be just inbox. Yeah. That's exactly what I got, like invalid label category. So I just copied it and asked Claude to fix it. So Claude is now changing it to inbox. Primarily because Gmail API probably does not have a category called category primary. So can I ask you, when you use Sonnet 4.6, are you able to manage like the full building session? Just out of your experience, how does it work? Because I'm using 80% of the times Opus 4.6 and only few number of times. Okay, not for full building. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now it is working. Although the UI is very, very bad, it is working. I will just quickly show the UI of my original app. Although I don't want to spend too much time on it. So this is how the UI of our current actual application looks like, the one which I built. So, uh, so there is a lot of difference. But anyways, we don't care about UI that much right now. Uh, okay, let's see if I send an email to myself. Can any of you send an email regarding, let's say, I have a course. Okay, a RAG is not set up, I guess. Let's check Supabase first of all, what all tables are ready. Then we can come back to email. So in Supabase, go to this section called database and then go to tables. Then you will see these tables. Okay. So now if you want to see the table, so this course embedding should have a vector embedding somewhere, right? So let's view in table editor. And these are the courses, and one of them should be the embedding. See, this is a vector dimensionality. Let's ask Cloud Code itself. What is the embedding model did you use for RAG? Which embedding model did you use? What is the dimensionality and how did you do chunking? And when I deploy the app, do you run RAG in the front end, or should we set up backend in Railway? Reply schema. Yeah, reply schema meaning how the email reply should look like. I have not set it up yet. So that we are going to do in the next step. So right now, the only thing that I have done is created the RAG chat, database in which the course details are there. But apart from that, there is nothing set up. How to reply, how short should be the reply, nothing is there. The table it has automatically created, but we have not done anything manual there. But let's come to that once. I want to see how RAG was implemented. Text embedding 3 small model, 1536 dimensions, cheaper and fast, good for 150 courses. Then chunking strategy, one chunk per course. Okay, so that makes sense. Each row is converted to a single text block. Then drag at runtime, drag run server side in Next.js API route, not in the browser. API route receives email, embeds the query, Supabase PG vector, similarity. Then no railway, separate railway backend needed. Next.js API routes on Vercel handles it. Okay. So this is then how my current schema also works. Then railway would be needed only if you have a long running tasks or heavy processes. For this app, Vercel alone is sufficient. Want to proceed with phase 4? Not yet. I just want to see how Supabase looks currently. So Roshan has mentioned 3 tables are empty. Yeah, for me also 3 tables are empty. That is why, because we have not given any tables, any feedback. We have not replied to a single email using AI yet. And this emails, I think, is the I'm not sure what this table is. Let me ask. What is the table called emails doing in Supabase? So these 3 will not get populated by default. We have to keep using the app, but we'll come to that. Let's just first ensure that we have the tables which we need. It's only used when a reply is created to store the email references so that we can link it to replies and feedback table. Without it, we have no way connect. Okay. Where are we storing the AI generated email and the uh, version of the email that I send after editing the AI generated version? Okay, that is anyway coming in phase 4, I guess. So I don't have to jump the gun. Let me just delete this. Okay, let us proceed with phase 4. Okay, for Vishnu is saying, for me, there is a separate ingest.py file that loads the data using the key. Using which key, Vishnu? Okay, okay. But where is this file being executed right now? Are you just running it for the time being to create the 150 course rows? Course embeddings is empty. Did you populate it using the run in Supabase code? Yeah. So I populated it by I think I just got the SQL code right to populate it. No, no, no. Wait a second. I think my Claude code would have already implemented the code for populating it. You will have to ask for it separately. To create the dummy table in the first place, you will have to run, to create the tables, you will have to run the SQL code. But if it is empty, you will have to populate it by running the script. For that, you can ask Cloud Code to run the script to populate from CSV file into the Supabase table. Right now in your tables, what all tables are there, by the way? I have 4 tables. This is not the table which I wanted. I wanted one for course embeddings for sure, one for replies and one for feedback. But here this emails is like a reference. Replies is just a reference to emails. I don't want that. It's okay, but I need one more table for storing the changes happening in emails, to track the changes happening in emails. So that hopefully will be created during phase 4. If not, I will manually create it. Okay, course embeddings, replies, and feedback. Yeah. Okay, that is perfect. You don't need both of these. That's what I'm saying. You don't need emails and replies. Just one of them is enough, in my opinion. The reason why my cloud code ended up doing this is because initially it started with using Supabase for authentication, which means it thought even all the emails it will have to store. Then it created that. Replies also it created at that time, and now it realized it need not have that. But yeah, in the local host, you know what we can do? We can test this in the local host like this. Maybe um, if I open the CSV file If anyone else got a decent UI for the app, feel free to share a screenshot. I don't like my UI. It's not that great. So this is the CSV file. So to test this, what we can do is I will share my email with you. Let's just make sure that everything is in proper shape. To that email, if you guys can send an email asking information about some course. So all of you have access to the CSV file through GitHub, right? So pick any random course and just send an email to my email, my Gmail. This is my email. I'll put it in chat. Sorry for the typo. Can all of you send an email to this particular email, sridhar.panat@gmail.com, asking for information regarding any one of these courses? Like, I'll just send a bunch of course names here in the chat. But otherwise, if you want to refer to the CSV file, you can get it from the GitHub repo. But these are the courses. Just send an email. Hi, what are the details of this courses? When is it starting or something? Ask some question using which I can craft a response for you. I just want to test because for testing, I need some emails in my inbox. So that's why I'm asking. Then we can see if the RAG is actually working or not. Okay, Shivam has also shared the snapshot. It looks decent. I mean, these are not the best UIs which mimic what Gmail does, but they are decent. When this will become actually useful to you, you should have keyboard shortcuts also. Keyboard shortcuts for navigating. So for my actual app, the up and down arrows are keyboard shortcuts for navigating. E is for archiving, for replying command plus enter. Claude will automatically include some of these shortcuts that are standard, but it will probably not do it for it will not keep the archive shortcut. It will not probably have the up and down arrow navigation shortcut. Okay, build to verify phase 4. So we are done with phase 4. So hopefully now the email reply feature should be done. Okay. Murali Krishna has shared so that is a email crafted response, or let me just download your screenshot. I'm not able to see it right now. Okay, it has course details, is it? Let me just open the screenshot. I'll show it to everyone. One thing we have not set yet is the preferences, reply preferences that we should set. And can you guys also ask your agent what is the embedding model that was used for RAG, the embedding for creating the embeddings, and what was the size of those embeddings? Okay, this is the generated reply for Murali. If you have last mail AR, for instance. Okay, there are some issues I can see. There is this markdown formatting that needs to be better. And also, Murali, can you confirm if there are any URLs provided in the reply? Because I think URL is there in the CSV file. In the reply, is there any URL? Probably not, right? I'm not sure if beyond this, if you scroll down, okay. So that needs to be set up. So we need to say that whenever an email is crafted, it's action oriented. The other person on the other end should be able to perform some action. For that, we have to provide a URL or something which they can click and go to. So that we have to do. But that is easy to do. But this is already decent. Okay. So the reply part will be done in phase. Okay, phase 4 is built, passed, and pushed, ready for phase 5 when you are. Did you guys send an email? Can you guys send an email to my inbox so that I have something in my inbox asking any question? This is my email, Sridhar. Okay, already I have a bunch of questions. So let's look at this. I looked at the course detail, want to understand whether this is recorded query and rack systems in practice. So then if I click this, let's see what happens. Okay, one issue is I have no idea whether there's an email being reply being crafted or not. So some circular rotating something or something should be there in the UI. So let's talk about that. I don't uh, the AI reply being crafted. If it is happening in the background, let me know with a rotating circular or processing component. Second thing is, if API is not working, tell me that. Can you manually check my API key? It might very well be that the API key is expired, right? So we can just add a processing icon just so that we know something is happening in the background. Otherwise, we don't know whether the button is working or not. Second is having having an API test. Okay, API seems to be valid. Problem is UI. So let's fix that. One thing you should definitely do to make this app usable. So we are actually planning to build an application where anyone, let's say you are a company, you want to build an email app, you can come to our website. We'll release a website where there you can simply log in using your Google account, and then with a button click, the past X number of emails will be fetched, and those fetched emails will be converted into an email knowledge base. From that, a writing preference will be created. And if you have any other knowledge base, that also you can manually add. So we are creating an application, and you should realize the value of this. For most of the teams, maybe big companies will not like something like this because privacy, whatnot. Very small companies or very individuals probably won't need it because number of emails they are replying to is anyway small. But for any company where number of people are between 5 to 500, something like this is very much useful. It will save them tons of time. Okay, make sure to restart after phase 4 changes, click email. Let's see what has happened now. Okay, now I can see the change here. Generate AI draft. One thing good about tools which reply on chat like Slack or email or Discord is that latency is not much of an issue. Latency would be an issue if this was like a voice call agent. Let's say you have a speech to text model, then text to text model, and then again text to speech model. So it's like a cascade of models to create a speech to speech effect, right? There, latency is such a big issue, and there you should definitely not have um, you should have a much more efficient drag system. Here it took a few seconds, but um, this is fine. So question reaching out to me regarding questions about drag systems in practice. Course is designed to help. Price is so much. Starting date, duration, format. Here link is also provided. The only thing is formatting of this email is like markdown format. That's why I think the star and all are coming. So this should be properly put as txt, but I'll just approve and send. I just want Achal, can you just verify if you get this or not? I'm just approving it. Once you get this, if you can just share a screenshot of how it looks like on your end, that will be great. Okay, reply is sent. And then the replied email will be automatically archived. I don't know if that functionality is implemented yet. Okay, Haraprasad also has a question. Let's SQL for analytics. Yeah, on your end, it will be the Gmail rendering, of course. You should be able to see on your app also, by the way, if the email through which you have sent me this question is the same as the one which you connected to your app, you can see it on your app also. But I just want to see on your actual Gmail how it looks like, whether those star and those things are coming or not. Okay. Okay, star is coming, but the link is rendering properly. Okay, so the formatting needs to be better. And subject, oh, subject is getting printed, or is it the subject? Is it the actual subject? The subject line is it's in the response, right? If I'm not wrong. Okay, so some weirdness is there in formatting, very easy to fix, not an issue. But in principle, a lot of things are working right now in the app. Um, Now, few more things are okay. It's in the response, so subject should not be there in the response. I'll just create. Okay, let's just continue with phase five. Phase five. Meanwhile, I will create the feedback for the current stage. So continue with phase five. Meanwhile, let's create a feedback document. The email content should um, not show the subject. Oh my God, because my computer is slow when I'm typing and when I'm moving, sometimes there is a mismatch. Because Claude is running in the background, there is a lot of slowness right now. Okay, email content should not show the subject. Next is uh, there should not be MD formatting. We can either say HTML for formatting, or we can just say plain text formatting. Let's go with plain text formatting. Use plain text formatting. And what we need is in the signature. Oh my God, these are not my spelling mistakes, guys. My computer is so slow now. Mention my name. Yeah, I will push the current code. Let me just save this and push everything. Okay, anybody else who got at least the emails fetched in the front end? And if any of you, if you got any email response crafted by AI, you can just show that also as a screenshot, or just copy paste the text. Anything is fine. I just want to see the format. This is the difference between Gemini and our custom email reply tool, because here in the database, we can pretty much add anything. Okay, API credit got exhausted. Hmm. Satyajit, did you get that message because your app set it up in the front end, or how did you get to know? Did you get to know about it from the cloud code itself, or did you see that in the front end? Uh, when I asked a question about something else, this is what it figured out. Let me just download the screenshot. Vishnu, if you don't mind, can you just copy the text of that email and then paste it? Because it's taking my computer a bit of time to download and open the screenshot. Based on the AI replies for all the emails you are providing, creating global feedback that you are feeding to the cloud code. No, improvement of this app has nothing to do with cloud code in production, because in production, cloud code is not there in the picture. But improvement will come because ideally, to the context from the super base, these tables should be loaded. Let me just open it. Okay, it seems like you might have reached out to someone else, as this is Visuara Online Learning. Okay, the reason why, Vishnu, it says Visuara is probably because in the course database, there is some Visuara name mentioned, right? Otherwise, other than that, nowhere else it is mentioned, right? So, okay, that makes sense. Let me just refresh this. I just want to see if any reply has been stored here, because at least one reply should be stored here right now. Okay, excellent. So this is, let me just view this. Yeah, so this is the reply which I made to Achal, and subject body received at. Okay, this is not the actual reply. I need to see the actual reply which was done using AI. Yeah, so AI draft. So this is the AI draft, right? So it is directly stored here. Now, one thing that is not yet implemented, I think, is editing the AI draft. So if I edit an AI draft, it should be stored. The previous version and the current version should be stored. And feedback hopefully will be now implemented in phase 5. Let's see if phase 5 is done. So phase 5 was, if for any of you, if you have ever found email to be painful, you must definitely build this. You will love it. The current actual production level app that I cannot live without it these days. It's really really saving us time, because sometimes I'm like, oh my God, this knows my mind, because some emails are exactly like how I would have replied, almost to the dot, almost. So then I'm like, okay, wow, this is truly replacing me. My need is not there. Um, okay, let's see phase five. So phase five is star rating plus text feedback UI and storage, email thread view, error handling and loading state, UI polish and responsive design. Phase six is deployment. Deployment is the last thing. We don't need to do that right now. But I just want to see where have we implemented the function for storing the edited email and original AI draft. I don't see that. Let's fix that also. In phase four, it should have been there, but I don't recollect seeing the edit option. Okay, and everything so far has been pushed to GitHub, so you guys should be able to access it from GitHub. Phase five is done. Let's go back to the app. This is another issue with the UI. This is fully blank space, and to see the AI reply part, I have to scroll all the way down. That is not a good thing. Then I have to make two clicks. Here I have to say draft AI reply. Then I have to scroll all the way down. And then here again, I have to say generate AI draft. So that also is not a good thing. I just want to see if the functionality for editing has been implemented. Okay. So if I, let's say I delete these 5 lines, and if I send this, so what I expect, okay, and then this is good. How was the draft quality? Let's say 2 out of 5. Uh, Poorly formatted. Then uh, too verbose. Did not ask any. No, this is wrong. If I give wrong feedback just for the sake of it, the reply might become worse over time. But yeah, submit feedback. So now hopefully this should be stored in Supabase, and then it should be loaded into the context. So feedback is 0, but after a refresh, it should be 1 now. Okay, so feedback is now 1, and star rating poorly formatted. Okay, this is good. But what is not good is I don't see the part where in Supabase, I don't see a table for storing original AI draft and my edited final draft. So this should be there. And meanwhile, I need to check what is my model, by the way. I have a feeling like this is not Opus 4.6 because of the bad UI. But let's see. How do you see the feedback pushed into the context? Yeah. For that, we need to have some sort of context visualization. We'll have a look at that. Replies table exists and is empty. No replies yet. What do you mean no replies? Of course, there are replies. Replies. There are 2 replies. Okay. So Replies table exists and is empty. Look for replies table. It has columns, ID, email ID, user ID, AI draft, sent body. Okay, so AI draft is also there. Sent body is also there. Once you send a reply to that, both the original draft and your edited version will be stored there. Excellent. Let me just check for my model. Okay, it is Opus 4.6. Now what do we need? Okay, before we edit the UI, we need some sort of context visualizer. I need a page for visualizing the full context, or not a page, in the same page where AI draft is generated. I want to see the full context that is passed into the LLM for generating the reply in text format. So if we visualize this, we can actually see whether things that are loaded into the context are relevant or not. You're adding this requirement in the terminal prompt. How will it be added to cloud.md? So this I'm not asking to be added as a, this is just a feature which I'm currently building. I don't need this as a, it's in the, I don't need this in the cloud.md file, because whatever is there in the cloud.md file, once it is implemented, right? Because this is an app, we are not building technically a coding agent or something like that. It's just an app with bunch of features. So once the feature is built, even if that thing is not mentioned in the cloud.md, it is fine. However, it would not be fine if you want to create a master app which should act as a, so let's say you want to sell an application whose only job is to create email agents for anyone. So I want to create an email agent. I will come to this master application and it should build something for me. In that case, you should have an MD file which details all these things. If that is not the case, if you want to do it just once, the moment the feature is built, probably it's okay if things are not directly written into cloud.md file. The best practice is to create newer version of cloud.md file and make sure that in the system prompt, it is always there. If building the application is the activity that you are going to do most frequently. In this case, once the build is done, I am just going to use the app. So my focus is purely on what is going to be there in Supabase. And for each instance of AI reply generation, what is going to be loaded into the LLM's context. In this case, the LLM is OpenAI. So that is what my concern is. But once I build a master application where any customer can buy our app and build their own email agent with just front end, some mouse clicks, then I will be concerned about this. Yeah, so feedback you guys saw, right? I hope you also should be able to see a feedback once, if phase 4 or 5 is implemented, you should be able to see a feedback. In the replies, I just want to see the two versions, original AI draft and the draft which I sent. Okay, so email ID, user ID. So this is the AI draft. And this is the sent body. Okay, sent body, by the way, it should not have subject. So that is a mistake, but I can see the AI draft and the sent email. So this is the AI draft with subject. This is the sent body with subject. So here I had deleted 3 lines. So those deleted lines will not come in here. So this is good. Have you guys checked your Supabase? Do you see 4 or 5 tables depending on how you have built it? Do you see the tables with the um, with the filled entries, or is it still empty tables? Just feel free to let me know. And one thing you might notice is the slowness of the app to fetch API. It's very slow. You will notice that sometimes everything is like bunch of emails are fetched in bulk. You probably don't want to do that. You have to implement pagination so that in one page only so many emails are being fetched. So there are a bunch of extra things which you can do to make the app super fast. One thing I have noticed is that my archive function now is faster than Gmail. That is one thing which I really like in my app. But my email fetching is obviously slower than Gmail. My once the reply is sent, the speed with which it is auto archived, that is a bit slow. So auto archive is slow, but manual archive using that is very fast. So in some cases, I like my app better. In some cases, Gmail is better. Then later I had to implement a few more features, like right now forwarded emails are not there. If somebody had already forwarded an email to um, someone else, I don't have to necessarily reply to it directly, right? So, but where do I see whether this email is already forwarded or not? In Gmail, you can see that, but in this app, unless you explicitly build it, that feature will not be there. How the feedback will be used to improve reply. So feedback will be used to improve reply in the case where, imagine the case where you have lot of details about different courses that with nuances. Okay. And let's say AI hallucinated and said something, and you don't want AI to hallucinate in that direction. To give an example, let's say we have sometimes two URLs for the same course, one URL on our subdomain and one URL on the main domain. Sometimes we prefer to send the subdomain URL because there are a lot more details are there. The main domain URL do not have that many details. But I have noticed that many times AI keeps sending the main domain URL instead of the subdomain URL. Then what I did is I manually deleted in some email reply. I just manually deleted the main domain URL and replaced it with subdomain URL. Then AI, after some times, it noticed that change between the original AI draft and the draft which I sent, which was added to the context, and then it by default ended up sending now it keeps sending the proper URLs. So feedback will be used to improve the reply because these feedbacks will be loaded into the context along with the past, let's say 30 or 40 email response, email plus AI email draft plus final email draft pairs. So just remember this table is right now not an issue. If I load this entire table, it's not an issue, only two items are there. But what if I have 300 such rows now in this table? Then I have to again apply another rag on top of this feedback. So this feedback, look at this, it's only one row in this table, not an issue if I load it into context fully. But if this is 500 rows, then again I need to add one more layer of rag on top of the feedback where each entry in the feedback is converted to a vector. And if from feedback I need to fetch relevant vectors corresponding to my current email, I should be able to fetch that. If from course embeddings I need to fetch some relevant courses, I should have a rag. So here I already have rag, here I don't have rag. Even in my original app, I don't have rag yet for feedback because my feedback number is very low. But eventually, if I feel like my context is becoming worse because a lot of feedback is being fetched, I will implement rag. Um, but yeah, let's see what is the status now. Okay, so this is the latest version. The change that I wanted to implement was, I forgot what was my latest command. It was, I think, regarding. Okay, it was regarding displaying the context. So let me now see if I open one, whether the context will be displayed or not. Okay, so now this is the full LLM context. System prompt, you are a helpful email. Yeah, you see. Let's see now what all things are loaded here when I'm replying to Sai Nilima. So system prompt, you are a helpful email assistant for Visuara, an online education platform. Your You draft professional, friendly, and accurate email replies to course inquiries, guidelines, be warm. And these are generic guidelines. I never said these things. Sign off as Team Visuara. Do not make up information. These are good things. Then user prompt. The following email was received. Draft a professional reply. Incoming email. Subject is the subject. Body, hi Sridhar. Could you please look at this course and provide details? Then relevant course information from the knowledge base. Course 1. Statistics for decision making advanced. What was the course that yeah, this is the course that was asked about, statistics for decision making. So the course number 1, which was fetched by RAG, is statistics for decision making advanced. Course number 2 is maybe the not advanced version of the course. Course 3 is metrics for product decisions. I don't know why this course is also fetched into the context. Maybe product decisions. Yeah, because here it is about decision. It's about decision making. Maybe because there are things about product decision here, metrics for product decision. This is also relevant. Course 4, business metrics and dashboards advanced. And course 5, data storytelling for leaders. So 5 courses have been fetched from the context to draft the reply. But you know what is not added to the context? As I can see, the feedback is not added to the context yet. And what else is not added? The previous email response pairs, that is not yet added to the context, right? So whatever feedback we have added is not improving the app at the moment. So that also, see, this is the advantage of showing the full LLM context. So now this whole thing is passed into the and also I would like to know the number of tokens. So let me just copy this token counter, chat GPT. So this is 920 tokens. So it's not too bad. The context window of these LLMs are much bigger than this. So context rot is definitely not happening. But what may be happening is we are not providing feedback, or we are not providing previous mistakes AI made in the response. None of that to this context. So maybe we can add that. So this is a good way. You can actually implement a token number of tokens consumed visualizer here, so that you can see that you are not exceeding the context. But if this number was 20,000 or something instead of 1,000, it's a problem. Right now, it's not a problem. So let's implement one more thing. I noticed that feedback table is not loaded into the context. Similarly, the replies table is also not loaded to the context. What is the point of having them if we are not using it to draft a new reply? We need a systematic way to load that into the context. Can you guys also implement a context visualizer? Just TXT format, no need of fancy context visualization, but I'm just curious to know how long is your context in terms of token. Mine is like roughly 1,000 tokens. Is yours also something like that, or is it more like half the number of tokens or double the number of tokens? Just try to build that. But drag is working beautifully here. The order in which the courses are arranged are definitely according to what the user query is. No, in this RAG, I don't think we have implemented any re-ranker. Actually, re-ranker is not that important because, if you are just fetching 5 items, and if you are anyway passing all of that into the context, it's fine. But if you are fetching 25 items and then you want to apply re-ranking and then you want to fetch 5 items from those 25, then re-ranking would be very much helpful. In this case, I don't need a re-ranker. Re-ranker is not a mandatory part of RAG. Let me just check your screenshot, Amit. I'll have to download it first. Okay, this is Amit's response. Let's see. AI draft. Okay, so one thing I notice is in all the cases, AI draft is with the formatting, with the star formatting. We can kind of ask AI. I like your all of your UI actually. It's much better than what UI I have. But yeah, the response is kind of good. Thank you for reaching out. However, we offer a variety courses. Yeah, this is good. Courses reference. Also, this is a good addition. I mean, this courses referenced being displayed here. Did you explicitly ask AI to add this, something like this? Or was it added by default? Okay, you explicitly mentioned, is it? Okay, good to know. Yeah, because this is good to know because uh, I mean you can see that in the reply, but this is also good to know what RAG is actually fetching. All right. If you guys can implement this context visualization in TXT format, that will be great. We can actually see whether the context is relevant or not. Meanwhile, I think now we can just go ahead and just deploy this just for the sake of completion. And of course, there are hundreds of things which we can make better here. But let's once this is done, let's go ahead and deploy in frontal because that will finish the loop. One thing we should definitely check is we should have additional functions deployed if we need more functionality. Like so, I have added one functionality where if a new program is released, if I don't want auto scraping or something, I will simply provide a link or URL to that program. And then from the URL, manually, whenever I provide the URL, fetching, scraping data will happen. That scraped data will be converted into a format which is suitable for my Supabase database, and then it will be added to Supabase. So here I'm in. So for that, I needed a railway backend also. But in this particular application, we don't need railway. It said Vercel itself is handling that when we deploy. So let's first finish this and then let's deploy. Uh, Now deploy the application on Vercel. How to calculate delta in such cases? Delta meaning Mayank? Chances like price updated or timings like that in RAG knowledge base. Yeah. Very good question. So I have added two functionalities. One functionality is to add new information. Another is to visualize the database, the rows in the table like cells as in if there is one row, it will be display with an edit option. So in the edit option, I can directly make an edit. So I have added that functionality also. So yes, there could be changes like changes in timings or changes in some information about the course, about duration, something like that for in the existing knowledge base. So I need an edit option. And each time, if you imagine if you have to edit, you have to go to Supabase manually and edit there. It's painful. So you should be able to make that edit from the front end itself, and ideally with natural language. I mean, just speak and make those changes. That'll be the even more ideal situation. What is the app, if I may ask, on what app for your work or for your college, on what app do you spend most of your time in terms of communication? Is it Slack? Is it Discord? Is it Gmail? What is that? Is the most painful thing for you? Can you just mention in the chat? I'm just curious to know. Okay, Teams. WhatsApp, do you guys use for what, company communicate, like for work or for like personal stuff? Okay. So for those of you who mentioned that the number of emails you send per day is like 1 to 5, is that number more like 20, 30-ish when it comes to this chat, like Teams or Slack or Google Chat or whichever platforms you use? What is the order of magnitude of per day communication? The number of messages you have to read and number of messages you have to reply on a daily basis. Oh, wow, greater than 50. Okay, per day it's that much, right? So it's truly a pain then for all of you. I think in that case you will benefit from having some sort of agent which can handle at least basic things. I mean, of course, depends on company policy and stuff like that, um, but it will help you with having some agent who has same knowledge as you to handle at least 80% of these conversations. In my case, most of my time is spent in email. That's the reason why I went with email. But yeah, of course, this can set up in. Can we set up Teams Copilot for this? Not sure. Teams should have, similar to Gmail, Teams should have a provision to have API access, right? How did you have this conversation or chat of Teams in vector database? Like how to convert, you mean, to vector database? Yeah, great question. So in email, what I did was I showed the JSON files earlier, right? Last 1 year worth of email alone itself was around 350 MB or something like that. That too, emails were there is some reply in the thread. The sheer volume of raw emails will be much bigger than that. So what I did was I first got all the raw data from the email and I realized that it's a waste to store all of this in vector database. So then I ran another loop where I spent some money on LLM, where I asked LLM to significantly summarize all of this into 1 or 2 JSON files for knowledge base. And then those JSON files, the individual objects in those JSON, I converted to vector. So now the number of rows in my vector database is like 250 or something, not more than that. So it should not be like each chat is converted to a vector. That will be too much. I think the vector database, if it is like a team chat or something, should be something like a semantic. The chunking should be semantic based. In my case, the chunking was more based on structure, as you might have seen earlier. It was based on the structure of the email. Each email was one chunk. But if it is like, if it so happens that each reply or each item becomes a chunk, then some item might be, hi, how are you, this. So it's on useless chunks, right? So your chunking should be different. How did you export emails from Gmail into multiple JSONs? Great question. So Mosam, for that, what I did was I had written a separate function using Cloud Code, but it's a Python script. That Python script executed, and it took me around 45 minutes to have that much volume of email. In this case, each email is a vector. Yeah, that's correct. No, here I did not make any change. Each email is a vector. Sorry, not each email. Each course is a vector. Here I'm not storing email as vectors. But in my original application, each email is a vector, each course is a vector, and then both of those vector databases are separately referred to. In this particular application, which we are building right now, there is no email vector. We only vectorize the knowledge base for the courses. But if you were to build something like this for Slack or Teams or something, the chunking will completely matter, because if you chunk such that each message is a vector, it will be like a meaningless vector. But if you chunk based on semantics, maybe group of ideas may belong to one vector. And then whenever somebody is asking a question regarding that idea, you can find the vector that is more relevant to that. But in my experience, for those of you who are spending maybe 1.5 to 2 hours, because I assume to reply to 50 plus messages on a day, it will take at least 1 hour of your time, if not more, if not 1.5 to 2 hours, right? So if that is the case, I think it's totally worth it to build something like this. And maybe you can discuss in your team itself, like whether they would appreciate something like this. Anyways, now the app is deployed. Let's see, production URL is this. Uh, Okay, I don't need the authentication. I don't remove the need for Vercel authentication for this app. But meanwhile, one more thing that we should do, which you should not forget, is this redirect URLs. So give me all redirect URLs in a separate document so that I can easily copy. So if we deploy on Vercel, obviously you will have to go to again Cloud Console. And here you will have to add that URL. So whatever your app URL is, you will have to add that. Plus, you'll have to publish it if this needs to be publicly available app, but otherwise, no need to have that. So go to clients. Web client 1. So here in this place, we should add a URL for production. And to connect Vercel, okay, you can just ask Cloud Core to log in via Vercel OAuth. So that should be very easy. Then it will ask you to log into Vercel. Authorize redirect URL, Superbase authentication. Okay, so once this redirect URL is set, go back to Superbase. If this is how your structure is, in my case, I had enabled Superbase Google authentication. That's the reason why I'm again going here. Okay, so that is also set. And so now hopefully this should work in deployment. Okay, Vercel authentication. So this we should on or off. Deployment protection, you can do that. So usually I don't go to Vercel these days directly. I force Cloud Code to do it itself. I can just go here and just Vercel authentication I can switch off, but Cloud Code can do it very easily. Are you guys in the process of deployment? Just let me know once you deploy, whether it's working or what's the status. So here, one thing you should note is here I did not connect GitHub with Vercel, right? The best workflow is doing that. Connect GitHub and Vercel, and then whenever you push changes to GitHub, it will be auto deployed on Vercel. Here I'm directly deploying to Vercel because my Cloud Code has access to Vercel, right? So just understand the nuances here. Okay. Yeah, we can deploy to Vercel directly from GitHub repo. So you can go to Vercel and connect it to any GitHub repo. And then once it is connected, whenever you push changes to GitHub, it will be auto deployed to Vercel. So that is for most of the projects, that's my workflow. Okay, so here my deployed app is working very nicely. It will only work for me because it's configured with only me as the user. Then if I can just reply, draft AI reply. And I can see the full LLM context here. I don't think the issue of fetching things from the feedback is yet user edit patterns. Okay, now it is fixed. Past reply history and feedback. User feedback on. I hope you can see this. I'll just increase this font size. So issue one, two out of five as was a star rating. Request to send. So this is one of the feedback. Only one feedback is there, but then user reply patterns, user edit patterns. The user modified these AI drafts before sending. Learn from their preferred style. Then I had removed something from the draft. User sent instead subject course detail. This. Oh, somehow I'm not sure if something is getting truncated here. Draft a reply to this email if the email is asking about. Okay, maybe what might be happening is if this is the full LLM context, either what is displayed here is truncated or what is stored in Supabase is truncated. Let me just go to Supabase and check if something is truncated or not in the replies. So AI draft and sent body. Okay, here nothing is truncated. So in the context, when something is being fetched from the user edit patterns, things are truncated. So this we can fix. But I hope you get the general direction. So basically what we implemented here is we have RAG just for the courses. Later we can have RAG for if there are large number of emails from our past to be referenced to. If there are large number of feedbacks to be referenced to, we can have a RAG for that also. So in general, the bigger the database becomes, the better to store it in vector format. At least one column should be vector and that column should be referred to for RAG. Um, I'm just curious to see what is the status of your application right now. Has anyone managed to deploy it yet? How did you have these conversation or chat of teams in vector database? Not that. What is that? Yeah, we can deploy to. Yeah, I think most of the questions are covered. But I'm just curious to see, did you guys manage to deploy the application or is there any hiccup? One assignment that I will give you based on this is I will create a different knowledge base, okay, and I'll share it with all of you. And then what I want you to do is use the final version of, make sure that your app is picture perfect and polished. The knowledge base I will make in such a way that it's very nuanced. Like the app cannot make general assumptions and respond. I will make it very, very nuanced. So unless the RAG is working perfectly, the reply will not be good. Then what I will do is I will set up an agent myself so that if you provide me the email, I will make my agent send one question based on the knowledge base to your email. And then from your email, you should use your agent to reply. And once I receive the reply, I'll look at the reply to see how good it is. So yes, push the knowledge base. So this knowledge base is already in the GitHub. You should see that, the CSV file. But the latest changes, push to GitHub. So the way I can truly evaluate you will be based on that. Also, you might want to check out our platform called hire.visuara.ai. Just check this out. So the reason why we built this is because nowadays when we are hiring someone, it doesn't matter what their coding skill is. We really need to know if they can truly work with AI tools to build, right? So here there are a bunch of assignments. The free trial is for few number of days, so you can try with the free trial, and you can create an assessment for testing skills for a particular domain. It can be RAG or something else. So um, just try this platform once. It's a platform which now some companies have started using after purchasing from us to test when they are making a hire. So here we have built an agent who will evaluate how good you are at prompting and building using AI. So there is Cloud Code inbuilt into Amazon AWS, and then this platform will give you temporary access to that as a candidate or as a hiring manager, and you can use it. So just try this out. Basically, your AI skills will be truly put to test. The new knowledge base, I will be pushing that to GitHub. I don't have it yet because I want to make it a bit more complex. It should not be very simple. So I will do that. And one more update is the PDF, which I said I will share with the engineer plan and industry professional plan guys. I will finish compiling it sometime end of the day tomorrow or Monday. Then I will be putting it on the course dashboard, and once it is done, I will notify all of you. But please, I will create one assignment based on today's building exercise. The assignment will be very simple. You need to local host or show the deployed version of your email tool. Okay. I'm sure you have two emails. So from your second email, send an email to your email where the tool is. And then show me this record using loom.com, 3 or 4 minute video showing the reply and reading through your context, like display your full context in TXT format, and then just go show that. But you will have to spend a little bit more time to perfect the UI, because right now I'm sure if you got the UI in one shot, it is not good. So just make sure that you are spending few more hours to make the UI better. I will give you another 3 or 4 days of time for that. So you can work during this weekend as well as few more days during the week. So assignment deadline will be around March 25th-ish. So you can submit that. And then the dates for build session with Dr. Raj and Rajat is finalized. I have updated the details on the website. You can use the same link to join that also. Yeah. So assignment, I will post it. I will post it on the platform. So we can wind up this session today, guys. Here, I'm hoping to see some good submissions. So whatever you have built so far, I know that it will probably be incomplete because you will need more time to build. But I want you to build it, and as part of the assignment, I want you to submit it. So please take good care in making sure that the appearance is really nice. The format of reply is actually like an email. It should not sound like an AI generated reply. So you have to take care of adding sufficient email preferences. If you need to add that in Supabase, you can do that. If you need to add more tables in Supabase, you can do that. For email tool, latency is not at all an issue. The only issue is the reply quality. So even if the time consumption is a bit high, it's okay. The other issue is to minimize your LLM cost, you should minimize your length of token, the context window size, whatever number of tokens you are sending. But then at the same time, it should not degrade your quality, right? So two assignments, maybe one short assignment will be slightly making the app better and local hosting and showing it through a video format. Second assignment is just I will give you a new knowledge base. Based on that, redesign your application. That knowledge base will be slightly more difficult. And then just submit your email. All of this will be mentioned in the assignment. Submit your email. Then I will set up an agent to send emails to your inbox. And then using your agent, reply to that inbox. And I will be evaluating it based on the reply which my agent receives. So thank you so much, everyone. I hope you guys have built and something is there in shape at the moment. If it is not, if in these 3 hours nothing happened, don't worry. You can work with Cloud Code a little bit more, and in some more attempts you can get it to working. But the final output should be a deployed product. Okay, a deployed thing where there is proper authentication so that only you are able to get access. Unless you reach that stage, you cannot say it's a final product. Okay. In the next 2 build sessions, the topic I'm not 100% sure. I can ask Rajan Rajat and finalize it with you guys. But at the end of the day, you will be building something proper using Cloud Code. So something very similar structure as that of today, but different for different purpose. So thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for staying so late. And I hope you really enjoyed the course so far and sessions. I will be sending you across a feedback form. I hope you can give some nice feedback of what you enjoyed about the course and stuff like that. It has taken me a lot of literal sleepless nights to build this course and even to go through the course, because the content is a little bit vast, and to compress it into a format which fits few hours, it's very, very difficult. So that part was the most challenging, to decide what to include and what not to include. One more thing that was challenging was to create the lecture notes. The lecture notes on Miro took a lot of iterations to get it into that shape. I use Paper Banana for many visualizations, but even the prompt which you give to Paper Banana required certain level of detail. So that's a part which took a lot of time. And you might have noticed that now Cloud has partnered. I mean, they are partnering with companies to give Anthropic Builder certificate or stuff like that to individuals. So if something like that we start, we will let you know. Yeah, in the upcoming projects with Dr. Raj and Rajat, it will be similar, but mostly, yeah, agents or sub agents will be utilized. I will ask them. I don't know what have they finalized yet, but I'll really appreciate it, you guys, if you can give me some feedback. I'll send a feedback form link. First of all, thank you all for staying so late. I know that many of you from US time zones, it's like 2 a.m., 1:30 a.m., 3 a.m. It's like weird times. Yeah, so I really, really appreciate that. I know that the timing is not the most ideal for everyone, but because we have people from almost all time zones, it's very, very difficult to get it correct. But all the best, everyone. I'll hope you to see in upcoming boot camps or workshops. I have one session coming, which is starting next weekend, on vision language action for autonomous driving. So there I'll be teaching about how to build VLA models completely from scratch, with in general for robotics, but specifically for autonomous driving. If anyone is interested in that space, you can check it out. It's basically on this link, vla.visuara.ai. So just check out this link if this is something which interests you, because VLA, you might have noticed in 2026, a lot of companies are getting funded for robotics. And I also strongly believe that embodied AI is the future of a lot of things that AI has to show, because so far AI has seen amazing things it can do in the digital world, but in the physical world still there are a lot of basic tasks which human can do, but AI cannot do. So cognitive tasks, AI can already do a lot of things which humans can do, but physical tasks, simple tasks which humans can do, AI cannot do yet. So you will learn that from, from that bootcamp, some parts of it, but the rest of the parts, Rajat is also covering as part of VLA and world models for robotics. And we have something called minor in robotics. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. I will just share a link. So this is mostly for those of you who think embodied AI is one of the big things which future AI can offer. But thank you so much, everyone. I will let you guys go and sleep or have lunch. I'm also very hungry. See you in the, now you will see Dr. Raj in the next the ninth session of this bootcamp. And in the 10th session, you will see Dr. Rajat. So thank you so much. For any doubts, just email me. This is my email. Sometimes I'll be slow to respond, obviously, because of the sheer volume of emails, but I'll try my best. So all the best, everyone. See you soon in any other future bootcamps.
For a very long time. So what we are going to do is that we are going to build an end-to-end project. So let me just write it down. There are still some people entering the waiting room. So I'll just admit them. So what we are going to do in today's lecture is we are going to, and instead of calling it a project, let me call it a product. We are going to build a product. We are going to build a product in this class using the practices of modern software development. Using the practices of modern software engineering and also context engineering. What this essentially means is that earlier, 5 years back, or maybe even 10 years back, if I were to conduct such a lecture, in one lecture, I would probably cover only 1/10 of what I'm planning to cover today. But now we have coding agents, right? We have Claude Code at our disposal, and not just that, it has tremendously accelerated the speed of software development. So today I have taken a problem statement which is can actually be converted to a product. So many of you in this call, if you follow along very well, by the end of this lecture, you will actually have a working product which you can improve upon it a bit further. You can even sell it to potential customers. Okay, so this is going to be a very industrial grade lecture. And in this lecture, I am also going to talk a lot about how I usually interact with Claude Code or coding agents to build a product. It's not a random practice, it's a very systematic workflow. So I'm going to show all of that to you on a live project, which means that I'm also going to build this project today with you during this live lecture. So some requirements for you to follow along is that all of you need to attend on a laptop and not on a mobile phone. And secondly, you need to have Claude Code installed and connected to VS Code. How many of you have Claude Code installed and connected to VS Code? Could you mention in the chat if Claude Code is installed and you have it connected to the to VS Code? Good. You can use Codex also, that is not an issue. You have max subscription. Okay, that's amazing. So today, as you will see, many people are thinking, right, that what's the role of software developers? What's even the use of a computer science degree if everything can be done with coding agents? Today, hopefully, I can demonstrate to you that humans are also important in this loop. And that's the first thing. And second, the speed of building products can accelerate tremendously. So in this workshop, my goal is to convince you of two things. First is that the speed of product development has become now 10x. The second thing is there is a systematic way you need to deal with coding agents. And this field is actually called agentic engineering. So I'm going to also teach you some practices of agentic engineering along the way. And third thing, which is the most important, is that it's a four-letter word which is called care. So I personally think that in this age of coding agents, what distinguishes good developers from poor developers is how much care they put into developing their product. And today I'm going to quantify what care actually means. Uh, there are people who blindly give prompts to Claude Code and just wait for it to give some output. That's not care. As we'll see today, care is actually thinking from scratch, thinking whether the product will actually benefit your customers or consumers. So in today's class, I want all of you to think like startup founders or builders of the future. So don't think about building toy products in today's class. This is not that class in which you will build a toy project and add it to the resume. In this class, I actually want you to build something which you can sell later. When I say I want you to build something which you can sell later, I mean we want to build something which actually creates value and you can tap into that value by earning revenue. That's the difference between the modern software engineering and traditional software engineering, right? Earlier, I would have taught you a toy project in 2 hours or 3 hours, but now my goal is to build a product with you which you can sell and you can earn revenue. And for that, care is very important. If you don't put care into interacting with your agents, your product will never be used by consumers. Okay, so let's get started with today's lecture. First of all, can everyone tell me if they have Claude Code and VS Code and they're ready to get started with today's lecture? You can put yes in the chat if all of us are on the same page. Okay, let's get started. So I'll first introduce the problem statement to all of you. And this is this is the first thing which is very important when you're building a product, right? You need to have a you need to think of a problem which actually solves some pain point. So now I'm thinking from perspective of a product developer or a startup founder, right? So the first, so we are looking at the care workflow now, how to put care into building products, right? So the first aspect of this care workflow is identify a problem. Identify a problem which people care about, or identify a problem which is actually a problem. If you build something random, no one is going to purchase it, right? So I have stumbled upon a problem which I think, and all of you can confirm or deny, but based on the students which we have been educating, there is one problem which I have identified, and that is, let's say if you are giving an interview, right? If you are giving a machine learning interview or an AI interview, there are many students who want to prepare for this interview. There are many students who want to prepare for this interview before the actual interview. Like, I want to build an actual, I want to build a system. I want to build a system which facilitates a mock interview, a mock ML interview for a student. And when I say facilitate, I don't mean some random list of questions. I want to build an actual, um, I want to build an actual system in which interacts with the student like a human. So my system interacts with the student like a human. So if you were to give a name to this project or product, what we are going to build today is an AI powered mock interview agent from scratch. And this is not going to be something which is um, like a toy project, right? I actually want people to pay for this tool. Why will people pay for this tool if it adds value to their lives? And why would it add value to their lives? What will it do for them? It will conduct an interview for them, and it will conduct an interview as if a human is talking. So one very important aspect of interviews is also the stress, right? There are many people who can answer questions, but when a human is sitting in front of them, there is anxiety and stress involved. So I also want to have a voice platform in which my AI interacts like a real human. So this can actually simulate the conditions of anxiety. So these non-tangible aspects are also very important in an interview process, as all of us might know, right? What we practice in our house is not the same as when someone is sitting in front of you. So now this is possible to do. Why is it possible to do? Because we have text to speech converters which almost behave like real humans. So what I want to do is that I want this system which simulates a real human and which interacts with the student like a real human and gives questions to them. So at the end of this journey, a report will be generated. A report will be generated which grades the student on interview readiness. So what we are going to do today is that we are going to use a modern software development workflow. Modern software development workflow to build this production grade AI application. So before we actually get started with the building process, let me see if there are any some doubts or questions. Yeah, recording will be available for sure. Now, many of you who are in this call, first, you can tell me that whether you understood this problem statement or not. Many of you are students, right? Can you think of whether this is a pain point for you? Is there any system right now? Is there any product? There might be competitors for sure, but is there any other competitor which gives you such kind of an experience? I want to speak to a human and simulate for me. I want to get a sense that whether I am actually ready or not. And many of the students, after they take our courses, they ask for interviews, right? So we don't currently prepare students for interviews. So then I thought about building this tool from scratch. And earlier, if I were to think about building this, it was difficult because I would have needed to hire software developers. But now it's not difficult because, as I'll show you, we can build this entire product using Cloud Code. Okay, there is a question that please copy paste the problem statement. Yeah, so I'm just putting the problem statement in the chat. Later, all of us will interact with the coding agent ourselves. So no need to worry about you losing some information. I'm also going to share this after this lecture is over. So first of all, can everyone tell me, have you resonated with this problem statement? Have you understood what we are trying to build here? We are trying to build a human interviewer to simulate an interview situation for a student. So this is the first thing which you need to do when you want to build a product, and that is care workflow one. Instead of building something random, you need to get user feedback on whether something which you build will be actually useful or not. And then comes the care workflow two, which I believe is the most important and which separates good agentic engineers from poor agentic engineers is we need to do independent thinking. So care workflow 1 is actually problem statement and care workflow 2 is independent thinking. So what I want to illustrate in this point, which is very important, please pay very careful attention here. This same problem statement, if I give to 10 people, and in fact, this is how we conduct interviews in our company now. This same problem statement, if I give to 10 people, right, and all of them are using Claude Code. So it's not as if one person has access to a different tool than the other person. But what I've seen is that the output which different people produce is hugely different from each other. So there is a spectrum of the output being produced. Um, in fact, if you look at the quality of the output being produced, there are only a few people who produce a tool which is incredible. But a huge number of people produce something which is quite mediocre. And the reason for this mediocre output is after this problem statement, what students tend to do is that they just go to Claude Code and put this. So I can go to Claude Code and say that build this for me. So as you can see, I'm going to Claude Code right now and saying build this for me. And Claude Code will start building this for you. So it's not as if Claude Code is going to tell you that this is bad practice. See, Claude Code or any coding agent tells you that this is a great project. Let me kick this off, etc. But please remember that this is very bad practice. This is very, very bad practice, because here we do not go to care workflow number two, and this is independent thinking. I strongly think that as humans, we need to spend at least 30 minutes to 1 hour thinking about what we want this project to be, thinking about what we want the final product to be. And I am going to now illustrate my thinking process, how I do this independent thinking phase for all the projects. First, I actually visualize what the input is going to look like for the student, right? For the consumer. So what I plan to do initially is that I plan to have a system where students first upload their resume, because I need to know some information about the student, right? Students upload their resume. Let's say the resume has different sections. Once the students upload their resume, my I need to build a tool which understands this resume. So now imagine an actual interview. In an actual interview, the interviewer already has your resume. Then the interviewer looks at your resume and asks questions, right? So after the resume, then the Q&A voice session will begin. And in many things here, uh, things get very interesting, right? Because if you want to put in care, you will think of this voice session in a lot of detail. So let's try to think about it, right? Let's say this is a resume of a particular student. You can use your own resume, by the way. The sections in a resume look very similar to each other, um, as as you can see. So here, this is, I would say, a resume whose sections will be very similar to other resumes, right? There will be an education section, there will be an experience section, then there will be a project section, then there will be a publications if there are research publications, then some people might have extracurricular activities, etc. Right? So if you actually, let me take a screenshot of this resume. So if you bring this resume here, now let's say this is a sample resume. Now let's think from a human perspective, right? If you are the interviewer, what are the questions which you will ask to the student first, without even going to Claude Code? What questions will you ask to the student? Let's say the student enters the interview room. So this is my interview room. So the student enters, and my interviewer uh, is sitting like an actual interview, right? And you have this, the interviewer has knowledge of this PDF. So what are the questions which you will ask? Think from a very realistic situation. Yeah. So almost the first, so let's divide it into phases, right? Phase one is background, or tell me about yourself. Okay. This is fairly standard. And let's say the interviewer says, please tell me about yourself. Then I say, I am from this background, I've completed my college year, etc., etc., etc. Then what does the interviewer ask next? After phase one, what comes next? Now here is where humans have to do independent thinking. If you want your interview agent to behave like an actual human, you first need to think about what does an actual human do. Projects, right? Exactly. The next phase two, is actually projects. So what an interviewer might do is look at the projects which the student has done. Let's say pick any project here. Let's say this project, or this project, and then ask questions about, could you tell me, more about this project? Could you tell me more about this project? And then the student starts answering. Then what happens? As the student starts answering that I did this, etc., then what happens? Does the interviewer immediately stop and move to another project? So this is the independent thinking, and this is not an easy part at all. This will eventually distinguish your project from thousands of other projects because you are putting in care, thinking about all this, right? They drill down, right? Exactly. They drill down. So no one stops here actually. Even as an interviewer, my goal is to use the project as a proxy. I will use the project as a proxy to actually check the student's understanding. How can I use the student project as a proxy? Because when the students explain about the project, I will immediately catch on to something which I want them to explore more. So this I'm calling it as a drill down phase. So I ask them a question, I ask them a follow-up question, and I kind of take it to the point. So it's like I call this the Russian doll experiment, right? So I don't know how many of you know about the this. So the reason I'm calling it this is that I actually try to see how many layers deep can they answer. So if they tell me about the project, I ask them one deeper question. Then I go deeper. Then I go further deep. And then the final layer could be explaining something to me on the whiteboard completely from scratch. So I try to drill down to the point where they don't know the answer. And using this, I kind of judge where does a student stop. There are some students who immediately cannot even go one layer deep. There are students who go one layer deep. There are students who go two layers deep. Whereas there are students who go till the last layer. These are kind of the best students who can think independently on their own till the last layer is done. So I use the project as a proxy to do this Russian doll experiment where I'll drill down until uh, until they say that I don't know, which is perfectly fine. I just want to know till how many layers they can go. Um, Okay, and these questions can be technical questions. What technology you used? Why did you use this? What if you use something else? Let's say they used a small language model. Why did you use a small language model? Then they say something. Then I say, can you build a small language model from scratch? So I go down, I go down, I go down, and I grill them until the point where they say, I don't know, which is fine. I just want to see how deep they can go. So I do this. So let's say one project is done and the person says, I don't know. What happens next in phase three? Uh, Hints. Yeah. So let's say that's a very good point. So let's say here itself, I give hints to the student. I give hints to the student and I say that, uh, okay, this is the layer at which you have stopped. Let me give you a hint and push you further. So I give a hint to the student and see how far they can go if supported. Because in an actual job, this same thing might happen, right? They don't know something, they come to me and I give them some hint, but then I want to see how proactive they are. Even after giving hints, actually, some people use it immediately as a click and answer and take it till the end. But for some people, it's still hard, which is fine. Now, after this is done, what happens in phase three? Actually, this may be subjective, but I'm going to go ahead and say that in phase three, I might drill them on another project. So let's say in phase number two, I drill them on one project, which is project one, and I do this Russian doll experiment where I peel the layers. And then in phase three, I'm going to go to another project. Let's say in phase one, I use this project. In phase two, I'm going to go with some different project, and I'm going to drill down on the concepts. So once the projects are done, what will I do in phase four? There is still one aspect which is missing, and this is covered in almost all the interviews. After the projects, yeah, I think Nagasekar has answered this particularly well because there is one thing which is missing, and that is actually factual questions, right? Like actual factual questions, which may be not related to a project, but like what is the softmax algorithm, or let's say what is flash attention, or when we go from the attention scores to the attention weights, why do we divide by the square root of the keys dimension? Or if it's a system design interview, as someone has pointed out in the chat, you will ask some system design questions. So these are questions which are factual questions, which have one correct answer. And here I want to know whether they will be able to answer these technical questions or not. And then finally, once phase one is done, phase two is done, phase three is done, phase four is done, and when phase five is done, what is phase five actually? There is one more phase towards the end. Yeah, the wrap up phase, right? What's there in the wrap up phase? In the wrap up phase, I asked them a few questions related to human to human interaction, like where do you see yourself in 5 years? Or how do you work in a team? What are the challenges which you have faced and how you have overcome them? Then what's your biggest, let's say, asset, or what's your biggest liability which you bring to the table? So I'm going to ask them all of these questions. Maybe salary. So in this call, I don't want to have salary negotiations, because in this tool, I just want to have if they are good technically or not. Like if a student just needs to know whether they can crack the interview or a technical and behavioral side. Salary negotiation is another thing. We can build a separate agent for that. There is a question about job description. Very, very good. So many people have pointed out that, well, resume is one thing, but a job description is also another thing, right? So I am particularly looking at ML engineer right now, ML engineer position. So when I'm going to ask all of these questions in their projects, I'm going to ask them questions which are relevant to the job description which I have put out. So when I am in phase two, I'm going to ask them questions which are relevant to the job description I have put out. Let's see if there are any questions in the chat. So Sampati Singh, I do this way: self-introduction, projects, knowledge, technology depth, system design thinking, behavioral fit. Exactly. So Sampath, the approach which I have followed is very similar here. First is the project, then first is the background, then I drill down into the projects with this Russian doll approach. Here I go in a lot of depth actually. Then the second project, then factual or system design questions, and I wrap it up with a behavioral question. Salary discussion I don't do in this technical round actually. It's a bit later after they are fit. Shivam is asking whatever answers user is going to give, we need to ask what, how, and why. Exactly. This is very important. And that differentiates good products from bad, right? Some people who are blindly building this interview tool might just. So I gave this same project to many students for an interview round, right? What many people had built was, you ask a question, student gives an answer. You ask another question, student gives an answer. This is very bad, right? Usually, an interviewer asks follow-up questions. Very few people who build the product followed this Russian doll approach where follow-up questions were asked. That's difficult to build. You don't just randomly go on asking new questions each time. So these are the 5 phases in which ideally I would want to build this interview tool. So the thing is, now think about it, right? If you have randomly built this, and if your manager or anyone in your team asks you, why have you built this way? You have no thinking, you have no rationale, and that's very poor. That's poor planning. That's not a good software engineer at all. A modern software developer knows exactly what they are building. And if someone asks them the question that, why have you built it this way? You can tell them that because I have thought about this project in 5 phases, because this is how I would conduct an interview. And I want my AI system to behave as close as possible to a real human. So I'm mimicking my thought and I'm drilling it down into my AI agent. That is how you put care into projects, right? So recently we were talking with the CTO of a company and they were telling that Projects are being built fast in the company, but when they ask their software developers what's going on or why have you built this, no one is able to answer. I believe that such kind of care practices will help this. Is there anything else which we are missing out here? Let's think about the agent later, but first, from a human perspective, is there anything else we are missing out in this interview tool? Vishnu is saying validation of system. We will come to the agentic system, Vishnu, later, but from a human perspective, let's say you are the interviewer. What else am I missing out here? There is one thing which I'm missing out actually. Two things now that I've, yeah, many people have pointed this out, right? Very, very important thing which is missing out, and that is here I'm going to say care workflow 3, and that's empathy. Now, this is completely missing from AI products because AI wants to optimize the path from point A to point B, right? Does not have empathy. This is what is missing. If you have a human in front of you, they might know the answer. So let's say if you are in phase 2, they might know the answer. But if they are anxious, you can see it on their face, right? So you offer them a cup of water and you tell them that, hey, it's fine, you can relax. Just take a deep breath and then maybe you can switch to an easier question. This is completely missing from our workflow currently. How can we judge whether uh, how can we judge whether the person in front of us is anxious or if the person in front of us is anxious or stressed? This also needs to be integrated into our product somehow. I want my product to have empathy. It should not be just asking bunch of questions if a student is anxious or stressed out. Then one more thing which is missing here is probably phase 6 is do you have any questions for me? So this I had forgotten, but many people pointed it out on the chat. So phase 6 is do you have any questions for me? Uh, Speed of speaking. So we'll come to how do we get this. This is another interesting thing. How do we know if a student is anxious, right? There are many ways. You can enable the video camera and you can judge from the face or the speed of speaking. Nervous. There are people when they become nervous, they try to speak very fast. So this happens a lot in interviews which we conduct, right? People become nervous, they speak very fast. They would be knowing the answer, but they want to skip to the end. This is what you can detect actually. Yeah, Raghu is saying checking the attitude of the person. Again, this is very, very important. Whether they are going to be a cultural fit, because they might be knowing all the technical skills, but if the attitude is not right, for example, in our company, we don't hire people who are not good listeners. Although they are technically very sound, it might depend from company to company, right? Mega is saying check whether they are confidently wrong. Okay, now we have these 6 phases, and we have thought about. So we have implemented care workflow number 1, which is identifying a problem statement which would actually solve a pain point. We have thought about the care workflow 2, which is independent thinking. And we have thought about the care workflow 3, which is empathy. And all of us have come up with a lot of points which we think need to be implemented in this interview system. Okay. Um, okay. Raut is saying at the end there should be key metrics which where a company can configure it. So we'll come to when we build the agentic system, there should be some metrics based on how we are judging, right? So each of these phases, I'm going to assign a score. Um, okay. More or less, is everyone fine with this approach currently, which we have taken? Have we covered, let's say, 80% or 90% of the points which would come up in an actual interview? So only if all of you are fine with this, we should go to the next thing. There might be some more things like, as someone is saying, feedback loop, fake check, etc. But let's start with this as a base structure right now. Yeah, we can. So the thing is, if we are building this tool for a student, right? I am assuming students who are coming here are serious. If they just check everything from the internet, then it's worse for them. So maybe we can even build in, we can have anti-cheating things. Uh, let's see. But I'm currently not looking at features, right? Features will come later. I'm currently looking at the workflow which I want. So, can everyone confirm if you are ready to move to the next stage? The first stage of this workshop was this care workflow. If all of you can confirm that you are ready to move to the next stage, I'll proceed with the next. Okay. Now, again, here there are two types of people. The first type of people is who have thought of the care workflow and who directly then go to Claude Code and put all of this there. But this is again not correct. Because for a modern software developer, you need to have a structure in which you are executing projects. And the structure in which you are executing projects needs to have a proper workflow. How many of you in this class right now are from the modern software developer workshop? Could you say yes in the chat if you have attended the modern software developer workshop? Okay, many of you here are from there, right? So in that workshop, we have learnt about three things. We first need to build a project roadmap document. We need to execute the tasks, and then later I will develop a walkthrough to see what all I have built so far. So we have a system of interacting with Cloud Code. So those of you who are from the context engineering workshop, I'll just explain this system again. So we don't directly put in a prompt to Cloud Code directly. We do it stepwise, right? We first build a, so I always call it project roadmap. So it's actually product requirement document. So we build this product requirement document and we first verify it. Second thing, what we do is that when we build the product requirement document, there will be a list of tasks. Then we will execute those tasks, and then I'll just see a walkthrough of what all has been built so far. And then we'll do the building in versions. So first we'll build the version 1 of the product, then we'll build the version 2 of the product, and then we'll build the version 3 of the product. So those of you who were in the modern software workshop, you would already have the skills which we have created with Cloud Code. You would have this slash PRD skill, you would have this slash dev skill, and you would have this slash walkthrough skill. For those of you who don't have these skills, I'm going to do this from scratch right now with you. So we don't have to create these skills in this workshop. Those of you who have these skills, you can directly invoke these skills. Okay. But for those who don't have these skills, I'm going to interact with Claude as if skills are not there in a sequential manner. Okay. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to go to Claude and we are going to put an initial prompt. Okay, so let's go ahead right now. But I'll first write this in Microsoft Word. So I'm going to uh, share this document right now with all of you. So you can copy whatever I'm writing here. Okay, so you can say that I am planning to build an industrial grade. I'm planning to build an industrial grade. Now, see, English is the new programming language, right? As I always keep telling in the modern software developer workshop. So whatever I'm writing right now is the code. Earlier, when I would be typing code, all of you would think that this is a coding session. But right now, whatever we are typing is actually you can think of it as a code. So it's very important that we write everything here correctly. Okay. So I'm going to say I'm planning to build an industrial grade product today, which does the following. Um, it's a full AI powered mock interview agent from scratch. It takes in the resume from a student. It takes in. Okay, so I have whisper flow right now, so I'm just going to speak so that it will be converted. It takes in the resume of a student. It parses the resume, and then we are going to build a chat system as if a human is conducting an interview of the student based on their resume. Okay, it did not work here. Uh, Let me try again. So what I want to build is it will take the resume PDF as an input. The resume PDF will be parsed, and then we will have a chat system which simulates how a human would conduct an actual interview of a student. So I have thought a lot about how I want this system to be. Let me explain what I have thought about. I want to build this system in phases. I want to build this system in multiple phases. So now let us actually see the phases which we want over here. Phase 1 is where the interviewer asks questions about the background. Phase 1 is where the interviewer asks questions about the background of the student based on the background section of the resume, such as could you please tell me about yourself, etc. Phase 2 is where the real technical interview actually starts. In phase 2, the interviewer will identify the most important project which the student has done. That might be the first project in their experience section or the first project in the project section. The interviewer will follow a Russian doll approach here, where they'll keep on drilling down until they reach a stage where the student cannot answer the question. This is very important for me. You can think of it as a Socrates method, where I will keep on asking them questions about what they have answered so that I go down in a lot of detail. Remember that the job description is for machine learning engineer. So when you drill down and ask questions to the student, they will be related to machine learning engineer. The questions should be such that, let me give you an example here. Now see, this is very important. The more examples you give, it will be better. Let me give you an example of what I mean by drill down. If a student says they have built a project based on retrieval augmented generation, the first question I will ask them is what exactly did you build? The second question I will ask them is that could you tell me how this works? Then I will ask them what is retrieval augmented generation or RAG? Then I will ask them what are the different chunking strategies? Could you explain the trade-offs between chunking strategies? Then I will ask them what is vector indexing? Could you tell me the difference between HNSW versus IVA flat? Could you tell me the difference between HNSW or IVA flat? Then I will drill down further and explain. Could you tell me about cosine similarity? What's the formula for cosine similarity? Then I will ask them what's the disadvantage of RAG? Why did you not use fine tuning? Then I will ask them, then I will ask them about different indexing strategies like HNSW or IVA flat. Then I will ask them, why did you use RAG and not fine tuning? Then I will ask them what are the advantages of RAG. This is how I want to drill down on every single project. You need to smartly construct the follow-up questions based on what they have answered before, and I want to test their ML engineering knowledge overall by using their project as a proxy. So this is what putting care into the prompt looks like, right? For a people who randomly gives in inputs, they will just put something very quick over here, but I'm not putting something quick. I have actually thought about what I want to be in different phases. Phase three is where I will ask them questions about another project which they have done, or maybe a different type of a project such as a research internship. But here also I want to have this Russian doll or a Socrates method of questioning. Let's see what are the different phases. Yeah. Phase four. Phase four is where I will have factual questions related to machine learning engineering. Now, let us think about how should we have these factual questions. Now, can you all tell me how should I ask these factual questions? Can you think of how can we build this agentic system so that it can ask good factual questions based on the student resume? So this question I'm not asking to Claude, but to all of you. Chenchu is saying phase two side heading is missing. Oh, so it's fine. Claude will understand that. How do I choose the factual questions? I want the factual questions related to ML engineer, but where can I find it? Where can I get good factual questions? Let's say I do not trust Claude Code to give me good factual questions. Yeah, so let's actually use a tool, right? I want you to use an external tool for this. So if I go to machine learning engineering interview questions, and then I go to GitHub. Yeah, so let's say I take this. I want you to use your web search tool, go to the above GitHub link and look at all the questions here. Okay. I want you to download these questions into a markdown file. Now, based on the resume of the student, based on the based on the resume of the student, you first need to identify their field, if it's natural language processing or computer vision or any other field. Then you can do a simple similarity search with the markdown file, and then you can retrieve questions based on that field. You see, what we are doing here is that we are not just randomly asking Claude to generate questions for us. We are actually thinking a lot here as a human. All of these are human inputs, right? So when people say humans are useless in this agentic engineering age, I am not sure that is the case, because the more care you put in, the better it will be. Then you can do a simple similarity search, you can retrieve questions. If you cannot find questions in the above GitHub link, you can create a question yourself, but make sure to ask at least 5 questions in slightly different fields. The questions should have factual correct answers so that we can verify them correctly. If you if if you can't find questions in this document, create these questions yourself. And the question should have a factually correct answer. You can get the answers from the above link as well. At least ask 4 to 5 questions so that we can grade appropriately. Simrat is saying, where are we creating embedding for the similarity search? So Claude coding agent will create embedding itself. So I'm going to tell it that you can use a simple 384 dimensional embedding model. So Ravi is saying if we mention ML, it will only focus on ML. So you can make it more general. I am just creating this right now for an ML engineer interview position. So this is my phase 4 right now, but we are still not done because in phase 5 is where I will ask them behavioral questions such as where do you see yourself in 5 years? What are the most important challenges you have faced? How do you work in a team? Do you have any questions for me? So let's say I'm only looking at these 5 phases for now. And then what I'm going to say is I want to evaluate the candidate based on their responses in each of these 5 phases. So I want you to create robust evaluation criteria for each of the 5 phases. Now let me talk a bit about this evaluation criteria with you. Agentic evals is also one of the most important fields. So now when we write this prompt, we also have to define evaluation criteria. Um, so let's see. Phase 1, it does not make sense to have evals that much actually because it's just about the student whether they can tell about themselves. It does not make sense to have evals for phase 1. In phase 2, I want you to come up with a metric called as the Socrates metric or the Russian doll metric, which tells how deep the student was able to answer the questions, till how much layer they were able to answer. In phase 2, I want you to create a metric such as the Russian doll metric or the Socrates metric. I want you to create a metric such as a Russian doll metric or the Socrates metric. This tells me how deep the student was able to go and still answer questions. Phase 3 will be similar to phase 2. Phase 4 will be the most easier to judge because we have the correct answers and I just want you to evaluate how many answers the student got correct. Phase 5 is also important to evaluate. I want you to see if the student is proactive, if they are visionary, if they are realistic and grounded, and whether they can be a good team player. I also want you to give negative points to the student if they don't ask me any follow-up questions. Uh, let's see. I'm using Whisper Flow actually. This. So that's why sometimes my voice is getting detected, sometimes it's not. Okay, is there anything which we are missing here? So this is what we are going to give to Claude as a prompt, but is there anything I have missed? Empathy, voice to text. Okay, so let's talk about empathy a bit. Very good. There is one more thing which is missing here. That is empathy. So I don't want to build a I don't want to build a video feature here since it will be too complex. But I want you to recognize the voice of the student. And if the voice is too fast or stuttering, then it means the student might be anxious. At that moment, we need to take a break. This will become a heading, I think. For phase 5 evaluation, I want you to evaluate whether the student is visionary, are they grounded and realistic, and whether they will be a team player. We need to take a break, pause for a moment, and then tell the student to just relax themselves and then continue the chain of questions. There is a there are a lot of comments in the chat how to validate the right or wrong answer. So that is why we have the evaluation framework here, right? For the phase 4, we are passing an external tool where correct answers are already given here in this link itself. So the answers which will be given by the student will be compared with these correct answers, and then a score will be obtained. Video feature would be great, right? So let me say, okay, maybe in the initial versions I don't want video feature, but we can consider it in the later versions. Because from the video of the student, we can easily judge whether they are anxious or tensed. What is one more thing which is missing over here? Shivam is saying we are not tracking the expertise of the student. So the expertise of the student, I think, is tracked in phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4, right? Because in phase 2, we are going to actually judge how deeply they can answer questions. In phase 4, we are going to judge whether they are able to answer the factual questions or not. Giving hints, correct. So let me say it here. One thing which I want to mention in phase 2 and 3 is hints. If the student is stuck somewhere, and if they don't answer properly, you can give them a nudge or a hint. In the evaluation, I also want you to evaluate whether they are moving to the correct answer based on the hint which is given to them. Now, actually, there is one more thing which is missing here, which is the tone of the interviewer. Usually, when you build a agentic AI system, right, the AI is very over enthusiastic. Has all of you noticed this? It mentions things like fantastic. It mentions things like it's a pleasure having you in this interview, and I don't want all of that. So I'll say that I I want you to be very professional. I don't want you to be over enthusiastic and eager. Remember that you are an interviewer who should not show too many happy emotions or too much over enthusiasm. The words which you use, the words which you use should be concise and to the point. So add this to your prompt template. Never use statements like incredible, great answer, let's move to the next. Whenever student gives an answer, never agree with them too much, because this never happens in an actual interview. You process the answer, you ask the next question. So this is very, very important. Again, this comes to the fact of putting in care, right? Because if you randomly give it, then the agent will actually. I have built the version 1 of this system way back, and then it agrees with everything. Um, yeah, so what Anindya is saying, I have written the same thing right now in the chat. Is there anything else? Now let's talk a bit about the features, right? I have not talked too much about the features yet. So this is the cool part. Let's talk about features right now. So what are the features which we need? What is the main technology, or what is the main thing which will power this application? Voice, also text, right? So we need a large language model actually. A large language model powers this entire application. I want you to use GPT latest model, the reasoning model. So let's see. So if you have OpenAI API key, you should use that. But I am going to use GPT 5.4. Here is an example of how to work with GPT 5.4. Now, for the voice part, let us do something interesting. We will use the OpenAI Whisper model, which is text to speech. I think that's the best. So here is an important thing, right? If you have Gemini or any other API, you can feel free to use that. But I'm going to do a very interesting thing here, which all of you can do if you're maybe after this class. So I'm going to go to 11 labs and I'm going to show you one very cool thing. So I want the interviewer to speak in my voice. How will I do that? If I want the interviewer to speak in my voice, how will I do that? I want the interviewer to speak in the voice of Dr. Raj Dandekar. How can I do this? Voice clone, yeah. So I have already created a clone of my voice. So I have created this already using 11 labs. Actually, let me try to find this. Yeah, see, this is my voice. So if I let me use my voice here.
In a quiet village where the sky brushes the
This is
fields in hues
definitely
of
not my voice. Yeah, this is my voice.
gold.
No, not this. So let me generate speech. In a quiet village where the sky brushes the fields in hues of gold, young Mia discovered a map leading to forgotten treasures. Little did she know her cat Whiskers had a secret. He was the guardian of the map, tasked with guiding Mia to not only the treasure, but also to her destiny. It's not very bad. So let's see. I want to use. So first, I'll need to provide my 11 Labs API key. Uh, so I'll say you can ask me for my 11 Labs API key, and I will provide it to you. You can ask me for my OpenAI API key, and I will provide it to you as well. So never expose these keys anywhere. If when we are pushing to GitHub, we'll store this in git ignore. So one thing which is how will you get this voice, right? So every voice I think has a voice ID associated with it. The above is the voice ID which I want you to use. So if you don't have a clone or if you can just go to 11 labs right now and use any random voice here, and you can just copy its voice ID. So if you give the 11 labs API key and the voice ID, then the interviewer will have your own voice. There is a good question by Karun that 11 labs is expensive. Yeah, there are open source alternatives which are very good. For example, QuenTTS. This is incredible. Fully open source, runs locally, and it's only 1.6 billion parameters, I think. I have cloned my voice using this model also. It works amazingly well. Okay, what else is remaining now? Voice is done, chat is done. Uh, okay, one more thing. One more thing, when the user uploads the PDF, I want you to parse the PDF using OpenAI itself. Maybe don't use a Python library like PyMu PDF, etc. That's not very reliable. When you parse the PDF, you will need to store different sections. You will need to take the resume, convert it into different sections, and store them in a database. What do we do about the database here? How many of you have used Supabase? Let us use Supabase as database. We can use Oracle also, but Supabase is just uh, let's use Supabase, and I'll show you how to use this. So you can go to Supabase here right now. If you don't have access to this, you will need to sign in here, and you can create your first project for free also. So you can go to the dashboard, and what you can actually do is that you can click on account preferences, and then click on access token, and click on generate new token here. So I'm going to type in Supabase access for interview agent. So let me actually store all my keys in some separate place here. So this is my Supabase key and my 11 labs. I'll need to check where to find the 11 labs key, but I think it will be in the developers section. So I'm going to say interview agent, and I'm not going to restrict key for now. So this is my 11 labs key, and I'm going to say that I will give you the access key to Supabase. You can use that access key to create a database on Supabase and store the respective sections. I will give you the access key to Supabase. You can use that access key to store the relevant sections on Supabase database. This is not getting detected. So I'm saying I will give you Supabase access key. You can use it to create a Supabase project and database tables. Let me see if there are any doubts or any questions in the chat. Okay, good. So now database is created. So when the resume is extracted, first the resume is extracted. So I'm saying that to extract the resume, use the OpenAI PDF parser itself. Don't use a Python library. It's not very reliable. When you parse the PDF, you'll need to store different sections. You'll store them in the Supabase database. Okay, that's good. What about report? I want you to create a final report for the student once their interview is finished. This report should indicate their score on all the different phases. I want to develop an anti-cheating system also, but not maybe right now. I'll do this in subsequent versions. I also want to build a full CI/CD pipeline which pushes to GitHub and then links to my AWS, but maybe in subsequent versions. These will be in subsequent versions. So in this workshop, let's build the first version first, and then you can go ahead and build the next versions. So I'm going to say CI/CD pipeline with GitHub Actions and AWS deploy. Then we are going to also look at an anti-cheating system, but maybe later. Okay, so let's see that if there are any questions in the chat. Are you not specifying the agentic framework? So now we have moved past that, right? This was maybe 6 months back where we would have specified an agentic framework. But now Cloud Code will by default use its own agentic framework to spin up these agents. Now, so all this is done, right? Then how are we going to implement this? I mentioned about these three things, right? Problem, the PRD, the project roadmap document, tasks, and walkthrough. So let me write it here. I don't want you to start building right away. First, you can create a project roadmap document for me. Along with this project roadmap document, you can create a list of tasks which you will finish. Once I approve the project roadmap document, you can start executing the tasks step by step and mark it as done when that task is finished. I have the PRD and the dev skills which you can invoke. If you don't have these skills, no problem, you can directly start building. So for those of you who don't have these skills, it's fine. You can directly start building. So now what we have to do is that we have to give this prompt to Cloud Code and we'll start interacting on VS Code. Uh, First of all, can everyone tell me if you have understood what all we have built so far and why this approach is very different than randomly putting prompts to Cloud Code? We have spent almost one hour and 15 minutes in first designing this system ourselves and putting care into the system. We have not even had an interaction with Cloud Code until now, because that is how humans should first put care into the system. You organize the phases in your mind and then you interact with Cloud Code. Then you will get answers much better. Gautam is saying, can you please tell me how to add skills.md? So you can just say create a skill for building this project roadmap document for me, and then the skill.md file will be created for you. Sanjeev is saying, could you please explain what are skills? So skills essentially are when you create a project roadmap document skill, you don't have to say each time that create a roadmap for me. You just can invoke the slash PRD skill, and then the every time you are building a new project, it will automatically invoke those skills. Have you used Whisperflow? Yeah, I've used Whisperflow to write this doc. Okay, so now can everyone confirm if you are on the same page? We are now going to go to VS Code. So just mention yes on the chat if you have understood what all has been done so far and you are ready to move to VS Code now. Okay, good. Now we basically have all the fuel which we need to build this project. Okay. But first, what you have to do is a couple of things. Go to desktop and then you can create a new folder here and you can say agentic engineering interview system. And then what you can do is go to VS Code and then you can click on add folder to workshop or add folder to workspace. So I'm going to add this. Then what I'm going to do, this sample PDF, right? You all can use your own resume actually right now. I'm going to use this sample PDF. And I'm going to say here that use this resume as reference. So you can paste your API keys here if you want. Please provide the resume. So what you can do is that, let me actually provide this, or let's say ML. Yeah, just take this resume. Now, when you go to VS Code, Cloud Code, when you interact with Cloud Code, it will ask you permissions each time, right? So what you can do is that you can go to code. Actually, you can go to system settings, not system settings. Where is it? Yeah, you can go to settings and then you can type Claude. And then you can click on allow dangerously skip permissions over here. And then initial permissions mode, you can select bypass permissions, so that you don't have to, answer the questions each time. Sita is saying, how do you go here? Can you please repeat? So first, have you installed Cloud Code? That's the first thing. Then what you will need to do is that you will need to go to extensions and then you will need to install Cloud Code for VS Code extension. There is this Cloud Code for VS Code which you will need to install. And then to disable the permissions, all you have to do is go to code, go to settings, extensions, not extensions, go to code, settings, then type Claude here. And then you can allow dangerously skip permissions here, and initial permission mode is bypass permissions. So what we are going to do now is that I want you to build in this folder, copy path, and I'm going to paste it here. And then what we are going to do is that we are going to copy paste this entire prompt into Claude Code. How many of you have done this? Could you mention yes in the chat? How many of you have copied the prompt and put it to the coding agent? So this is where the project actually begins. So that is what I wanted to illustrate in this workshop primarily, that agentic engineering is not about directly interacting with Claude Code. It is about much more than that. You have to put care into the system. You have to put empathy into the system. You first have to think about the workflow yourself and then follow this PRD tasks and walkthrough approach to interact with the agentic engineering system. Let's see if there are any doubts or questions. Not able to see the code folder in VS Code. So at the top left, can you see this code? So the code file edit selection will be all over here. So you can see what's going on here right now. Cloud Code is also going through this GitHub repository to see this list of questions which we have. It's going through the resume, the secrets.md file where all the API keys are mentioned. And India is saying that is the PRD shareable. Yeah, so once it creates the PRD, I can maybe share my PRD with all of you right now so that maybe you can use the same one. So Ajiket, since you are on Mac, since you are on Windows, I think that might be in file. Can you try going to file, settings, or some preferences, something like that? Mega is saying what all secrets should be on secrets.md. So I've currently added 3 secrets over here. Uh, if you can see, I've added the OpenAI secret. I've added the 11 labs and I've added the Supabase secret over there. Those are the 3 secrets which I've added. Can you repeat the steps again? So what I've done is that I've copied this document and I've interacted with Claude Code. So I've put questions over here, right? Or I've put this entire prompt over here right now. And I've asked it to create a project roadmap document for me. At the same time, I've in this secrets.md file, I have actually added 3 secrets, which is my OpenAI API key, my Supabase key, and my 11 labs. So you don't need to use the 11 labs API key. I think it's not absolutely needed because if you don't use it by default, Claude will use some manual robotic voice. But later, after this class is done, maybe you can add a new voice from you can add a new voice from 11 labs maybe. But right now, any voice can actually work. But I've given a couple of things in the prompt. I've mentioned it to stay in this folder and I've given a sample resume. So what I've mentioned for the resume is the best test is if you can do it on your own resume. So I have given some resume here, but if you want a resume, you can directly give any publicly available ML resume on the internet. What about the skills which you are talking about? So many of the people from the modern software developer workshop have these 3 skills. But those of you who do not, right now, there is no need to create skills. You can do this after this workshop is done. Right now, we have just told Claude that don't directly build something. First, create a project roadmap document with me, and then I will approve it. So see, for me, this PRD skill is being invoked right now. Uh, what you can do is after this workshop, you can ask Claude to create the PRD skill. So it's saying that I have a few targeted questions before I write the PRD and the task breakdown. Front-end preference, you mentioned React. Streamlit would be faster to ship. So I'll say I want React. So I'll say V1 should support voice. So I'm saying you can create Supabase project yourself. So I'm saying this along with voice looks good for version 1. I'm demonstrating this in a lecture right now. So maybe keep the number of tasks to less number of tasks, maybe 8 to 10 tasks. So whatever I mentioned here, I'm copying this and adding it to the doc. Let me see if there are any questions in the chat. Sanjeev is saying, wondering whether it's still necessary. I don't think it's necessary, Sanjeev, anymore. So Claude Code inbuilt agents already provide these capabilities which libraries such as LangGraph or Crew AI offer. Mosam is saying simply saying create a PRD skill. So we have to write a lot more detail of what that skill should entail. So currently what we can do is that if you want to create the skill, I can provide a sample PRD document to all of you, which we actually covered in the modern software development class. So this is the this is how a project roadmap document actually should look like. So I'll in this same document, I'll show it a bit below. So if any one of you wants to create the skill, you can give this as a reference and say that I want to create a skill out of it. Let me see if there are any questions in the chat. Rakesh is saying, did we create the cloud.md file? So right now we have not created a cloud.md file because right now I just want to show you the PRD driven workflow. We can create a cloud.md file after the uh, project roadmap document is done for sure. Kapil is saying that what plan of 11 labs is relevant for us. So you can start with the free plan right now because you can even clone a there is one voice clone option which 11 labs offers you for free. So that you can already use. Okay, so you can see here that the task breakdown for me has been created now. React plus Fast API, GPT-4, Whisper 11 Lab Supabase. Okay, great. This is exactly what I want. Key design decisions, Socrates depth score. So here you can see for me, this prd.md file is created because I have the project roadmap document skill. Um, and the tasks.md file has also been created. So as different tasks in the PRD are executed, we will make a tick over here and that task will be finished. So then I can say now, go ahead and start executing. So one more skill which we had created for this is slash dev. Those of you in the modern software workshop will know this. There is a question, what was the Supabase value? So for the Supabase, what you will need to do is that once you create the Supabase project, right, you will need to go to account preferences. You will need to go to access token and then you will need to click on generate new token. You provide a name for the token and then copy it and put it in your secrets.md file. So see, this is how tasks are being executed right now for me. While this is ongoing, maybe I can show you all how skills can be created. So I talked about this PRD skill, I talked about the dev skill and talked about the walkthrough skill, right? So if you want to create a skill, you can simply say that every time I work with Claude on a project, I want to follow this approach. Create PRD, run tasks, generate a walkthrough file, and I want to create version-based sprints. I want to create 3 skills. One is slash PRD, the second is slash dev. So as you can see, I already have these skills, but for those of you who do not, you can use this prompt to create these skills. A sample PRD looks something like this. And then you copy paste that sample PRD which I mentioned over here. So this is how you can create these three skills. Ideally, more details need to be given for the skill creation, but here I'm just saying simply. So here itself I'm saying prompt for skill creation. All right, and then um, maybe I'll show this in a different color right now, or this color, yeah. Mega is saying we need to remove this line since we are not using your voice. Yeah, you can remove this line or you can use any other voice actually from 11 Labs. No need to stick to my voice. You can go to text to speech here and use any other voice over here which is available on the free plan actually. Modern software development recordings are not available. How many of you are actually running this right now as we speak? Could you mention in the chat if you are running these tasks? For how many of you these tasks are being run right now? Yes. Okay, very good. Nilima and Karun running this task. Sumit, Aritra, Tanvir. Yes. Okay, very good. Um, but no API keys. So API key, right, Ajiket, you can even use Gemini API key because they have free tier API key. No need to stick to OpenAI. Sarthak is saying, should I share my PRD? Yeah, Sarthak, you can please share your PRD on the chat. I'll probably open it and show it to everyone also. So Karun is right now on task number 4. That's very good. It's going ahead very fast. For me, as you can see, I'm on task 2 right now. So one more thing which people from the modern software developer workshop and even in the context engineering workshop will recognize is that when you run the different tasks, the ideal way to go about it is to attach every task with tests, which we are not doing right now for the sake of simplicity. Ideally, what we do is that when you create these skills, right? When you create the skill for slash dev, what you should also say is that attach um, for the slash dev skill, attach tests along with every task and mark task as completed only after all the tests pass. Uh, for Karun, this is fine. But for other people who have not from modern software developer workshop, all of you have the skills correctly slash PRD slash dev and slash walkthrough. We don't need to change anything. But for those who don't have these skills, uh, this is how you can create these skills in the first place. Because as we have seen in the MSD workshop, if in the task should not be marked as completed unless the tests for that task have been finished. Satyajit is saying if you allow skip permissions after the execution starts, I think you will need to restart the session once, Satyajit, but you can check this. Every time I have allowed skip permissions, I've restarted the session. Sarthak has shared his project roadmap document. Let me just open it. Yeah. So I think it's actually very similar to what mine is. Supabase as the database, we have Whisper for text to speech. Speech to text is Whisper actually. Text to speech, we have 11 labs. Resume parsing, we have OpenAI GPT 5.4. Database is Supabase, PostgreSQL. Embedding model is, see, now this decision has been taken by Claude itself, which is a very good decision. I think this is a very famous model from Hugging Face for sentence transformers embedding. It has a huge number of downloads also. Prakash is saying with this process, can we, so we have a rack component in this process, right? If you notice where that rack component is, this system is already based on a retrieval augmented generation pipeline. Where is the rack component? The rack component is over here in this factual questions. Because in factual questions, what we are doing is based on the resume of the student, we are retrieving the questions from the GitHub repository appropriately. So now when you say RAG, by default, it means agentic RAG. Why? Because the RAG is a tool which the agent can decide whether it has to use or not. Earlier RAG systems were by default, like you have documents, you have embeddings and the query and the relevant document is retrieved. Um, but now it's agentic RAG, right? By default, RAG has become agentic RAG, where along with all the other tools, the RAG is also a tool. One more thing which you can do, which people in the context engineering class, how many of you here are from the context engineering class? In that class, you might have heard of sub-agents, right? In There is one more approach to work on this project, and that's through creation of sub-agents. So here I've got the message that you have used 92% of your session limits resets in 3 hours. So we can see view usage here. I think the best thing for me to do right now would be to switch to a different account which probably has more usage. Let's see. So every industrial project on cloud actually takes limits, like it takes tokens, which means that you definitely need to be on cloud max for sure. So let me see how much in between we can switch to any other account, as you can see over here. So I've got this message that I've hit your limit. So I'll probably switch. All of you can go ahead and continue using whatever you have. What I will do is that I will uh, maybe I will upgrade or switch to another account. Just give me a moment. How many of you are on the Claude Max plan? Probably the max plan is the best to uh, use because it's heavily subsidized. So right now what I'm doing is I'm upgrading to the max plan. So many people are saying I hit my limit, can't proceed now. Um, Usually for these big projects, you will need to be on the best plans because these projects consume a lot of tokens. Right now we are building an industry-based project, right? So it's not an easy project. There is a question in the chat that um, in between we can switch to any other account. Yeah, that's you can. I've hit my limit. How many people have hit your limit actually, and how many have not? Could you mention that? Is there anyone who has not hit their limit right now? So I have now actually restarted to the max plan. So let me check it. So maybe I'll need to log out and log in again. Okay, now let me share my screen again. Yeah, so my screen is shared. Can you all see my screen right now? Okay, so as you can see, I have hit the rate limit right now. So what I did is there are multiple options you can do after this moment. This is a very common problem which you will face while building projects. I have upgraded to Claude Max now, this Max plan. So as you can see, if you go to settings, So I am on the max plan right now, which is 5x more usage than Pro. It's a bit expensive. So there are multiple things. Either right now you can switch to the max plan, or you can uh, wait for your limit, or wait for your session to again restart. That might take around 3 hours. Or what you can also do is that you can use a locally downloaded Olama model. Um, For example, there is a way to connect the models such as Quen with Claude Code, which you can locally download. So I'm just sharing this with all of you. But it's just that for industry-based projects, in my opinion, for those of you, how many of you on this call are industry professionals, by the way? Could you mention in the chat? For those of you who are industry professionals, it really does not make sense to work with Olama. All of you should definitely upgrade to Claude Max, because it's completely worth it. For those of you who are students, you can definitely go ahead with Olama integration with Cloud Code. But those of you who are industry professionals, there is really no comparison between the max plans and the Cloud Code or Quen. Nilamay Singh, I lost my job. Yeah, in this case, actually, it's better to use Olama with Quen. The workflow stays the same. It's just that for the model, Opus 4.6 is probably the best coding model right now. It's way better than the open source models. There's a huge difference actually. How many of you have finished many of these tasks? Could you mention in the chat? Karun is finished. Karun, now can you do local testing with this, whether it's actually working or not? There is a question, is there a chance I could get full recording right now? So I'll probably upload the lecture recording after this lecture is done, once the recording is processed. Kripinder Singh, is one of your slides, you said open source models are definitely good. I mean, the engineering on open source models have advanced so much. But in terms of building industrial grade projects, which you want to deploy to millions of customers, in that case, Opus is definitely very good. Prakash is saying, I am working on a project where Word documents are submitted, which follow a standard template. Main task is to parse the document and based on the content. So this is exactly what we are doing right now, right, Prakash? The resume document, which is uploaded by the student, is getting parsed. The different sections in that document, they are getting stored in the Supabase database, and then questions are being asked one after the other after that. So Panel is just saying we have developed this agentic code. Do we have any security or end-to-end testing of the product after we develop it? How can we? Yeah, that's a very good question, Swapnil. So there are actually three ways of testing, and it's called as the testing pyramid. We covered this in the modern software development bootcamp actually. So after a product is built, you should ideally do three types of tests: unit tests, which test individual functions; integration tests, where it's like API endpoint testing; and then E2E tests. So it's called the testing pyramid. These E2E tests are beautiful because what Claude Code can do for you is that it can open the browser and then it can click on the product workflow for you as if it's an actual human tester. Because these language models are multimodal, right? So they can actually see what's on the screen. So you can open a project, or Claude Code itself can open a project in the browser and do an end-to-end testing. That's called E2E test with Playwright. So usually after a project is built, you can do all these three tests: the unit test, the integration tests, and then after that the E2E test. Vishwa is saying that how do we create cloud code environment where we need two different GitHub repositories? Then I would like to update. So this same question you can ask Cloud Code, right? So that I have created a environment with 3 or 4 GitHub repositories. So the best way is to ask Cloud Code that, hey, I want to work with 4 GitHub repos. How do I go about it? So you can see for me right now, this whole project has been, or at least the sprint version 1 has been completed. And now it will have errors. Our job is to check whether it has errors or not. So let's go ahead. So I've opened this localhost, and the first is that localhost itself is not opening. I tried opening localhost, but it's not opening. Can you open it yourself? Do end-to-end tests and then tell me whether everything is working. Only then I will start my testing. The localhost is not working for me. Can you try opening it, upload the PDF and check whether everything is working end to end, and then you can report back to me only after your testing is done. So here maybe let me try. Use Playwright MCP for browser testing and share test screenshots with me. Give me the localhost link to check after you've tested the workflow end to end, after you've simulated some conversations yourself. So think of yourself as a human tester. So see, this is an experimental prompt which I have given Cloud Code. Um, where I was Cloud Code to do the testing itself without giving it to me for testing. If Playwright MCP is not available, it's fine. You can just install Playwright. And use it. Uh, how many of you have finished these tasks? Could you let me know what you are doing right now? For how many of you the tasks are finished, and is anyone able to run it locally actually? Not yet. Okay, what about others? How many of you have finished the tasks and are seeing some output locally right now? Karun is saying testing E2E not yet successful. So I am also at the same stage right now where um, what we are doing is that we are writing a comprehensive end-to-end testing script that acts as a human tester. Vishwa and Salini are saying still on task 4. So there is no way to speed it up, unfortunately, because the more you speed up, the more there are chances of things breaking actually. So right now, one simple thing what we could have done is directly go to local host and test it ourselves. And every time we do the tests and every time something breaks, we go back to Claude and ask it that, hey, this has broken. But that's not the best way to go about it actually, because that's like a very back and forth approach. Instead, what's best is that right now it has written this E2E test, right? So this is the E2E test.py, where what it's saying is that it's an end-to-end playwright test for AI mock interview system, acts as a human tester, uploads PDF, goes through interview phases, checks report, takes screenshots at every step. Now you can make this testing procedure as robust as you want. So you can even test the database. Right now, I'm not testing the database really, right? But you can even say that in this testing procedure, I want to test whether the Supabase database tables are getting created or not. So let's see if there is something in the screenshots right now. So already something is being uploaded in the screenshots. And here you see resume parsing timed out. Let me check what happened. Likely the upload API called fail. So see what's going on right now is that Claude itself is checking whether everything is working by itself, going to the uh, website, and it's giving screenshots to me. So this is what is possible only with a coding LLM agent right now. This was not earlier possible. Just opening a browser and doing an end-to-end test yourself. The multimodality is what makes it possible. So now see the immediate issue which is happening is that OpenAI API call format for PDF parsing is not correct. So this is being changed right now. OpenAI responses API format is wrong, and Claude Code itself has understood that I have to fix the resume parser. So now these end-to-end tests will be done by Claude Code itself. And during this time, ideally, what I do in my workflow is that instead of waiting, what I do is that I actually start a new Claude Code session and I work on a new project. So usually at in any given point of time, I'm working on multiple projects at the same time parallelly. On a good day, I'm working on 4 to 5 projects parallelly. Because the testing, I ask the agents itself to do the browser testing for me. And while let's say one project is in the testing phase, there might be another project which is in some different stage. Um, so it's like now it's possible to do 4 to 5 projects at one time, which was actually earlier not possible. Let's see if there are any questions in the chat. So Kapil has actually finished building this system. Kapil, is it working actually? Prakash is saying is Supabase used? So Supabase has Postgres SQL actually, and the language is PG vector itself. Task to verify Supabase tables. Okay. Swapnil is saying, how about scalability? Is the system able to handle high throughput? So usually for scalability, Swapnil, what we can do is that we can use Terraform and we can deploy it to AWS once the CI/CD pipeline is set up with GitHub. So once your testing is done locally, you can set up the GitHub CI/CD pipeline and then deploy on AWS. And if you use Terraform, which is infrastructure as a code, Terraform itself can deploy the servers for you appropriately based on how much load you are expecting. Oh, actually, for Karun, the whole pipeline is done. Everything is working, resume parsing, Supabase storage. Wow, that's amazing. For me, I'm still stuck at an earlier stage. So let's see where I am at right now. Mayank is saying, what are your... So Satyajit is saying, please talk about parallelism a bit more. So what I do is that for parallelism, you first need to make sure that every project is run in a separate folder on your laptop. So right now I'm in this agentic engineering interview system, right? If you want to work on a new project, you just have to create a new folder over here and then ask Claude to live in that folder. That way you make sure that the context is not shared across different projects. Every project should have its own separate context. There should be no context spillover. And then you apply the same framework which I've told right now, /prd/dev and /walkthrough to finish a project and then have a version based approach. So right now we are at version 1, right? After this lecture is done, you can build a version 2, version 3, and make it as complex as you want. You can add video, you can add anti-testing or anti-cheating features, and then already deploy it. So right now, if you can see here, my the Claude code is actually interacting by itself. So see on the right hand side, if you take a look at the screenshots, what Claude code is doing is that it's acting like a human tester. Um, and see it's drilling down based on the, so this is in the drill down phase, the Russian doll phase, which we started with, right? And I'm not doing this testing at all. I'm waiting for Claude. So see, all of this is Claude code testing. So what it's doing right now, it's that phase 2 is starting now, phase 3 is starting. So it's going through all the different phases which we had listed down in the prompt. This is beautiful to see, right? Without this, I'm not doing any testing myself. So whole testing is automated, where Claude is going to the browser itself and giving me screenshots. Anindya is saying that should we not have used the plan mode first based on the requirements and then edited and finalized? So that's what we did in the slash PRD skill. It's the brainstorm phase where we are not going to go to the slash dev phase until the slash PRD phase is done. So slash PRD is like the slash plan mode in Claude, but we are in control because we create the project roadmap document, we brainstorm until it's finalized. Uh, let's see if there are any other questions in the chat. If let's say I'm to show this project, then they will ask me about the project, which might even involve how to evaluate. Yeah, so evaluation, right? Currently, we have evaluated the output. If you want to evaluate the quality of the voice, you can have evaluation checks for that also. Uh, So wherever you want to make the project better, you should have evaluation checks for that. Currently, I have evaluation only at the end where I'm evaluating different phases. Currently, I'm not doing ablation studies with respect to what embedding model you should use, what voice tool you should use. Ideally, as an engineer, you should not just test one thing. So I'm doing Whisper API right now, right? Maybe you can use another API. It's your call. And then you can show an ablation study. You can ask Claude itself to do an ablation study. In fact, I don't know how many of you have now seen this. I think it's called auto research by, yeah, this is auto research where you can ask agentic systems to run ablation studies parallelly with each other. There is a question, how about adding security features? How to make sure? So similar to the testing, right? In the modern software development bootcamp, we had a security phase where there are actually three security tests which you can do: static security, dependency scanning, and then manual review. So essentially, what you can build is that you can build a security agent which scans these OS vulnerabilities. And before deploying, you can ask Claude to actually fix these OS vulnerabilities if there are any. I'll share this link in the chat also for the reference. There is a question, what is the tool which you're using for notes? So I'm using Obsidian actually. I like this a lot. It's very clean, simple, and easy to use. So right now you can see my testing is still going on phase 3, phase 4, and now this is at phase 5. So earlier in traditional software development, to build a system like this, which does automatic testing, it would have taken multiple weeks. But now we have literally taken 2 hours to reach this stage, right? We started this call at 9 a.m. and it's 2 hours into this, and we have already built this first version. So here I have got the message that all the phases completed successfully. The only remaining issue is the report page timing out due to navigation. Let me fix the test and generate the report. How many of you have actually finished uh, these tasks, and how many of you are able to see this project fully on localhost right now? So one person, Karun, has finished this for sure. What about others? Where are you right now? Is your session timed out? So this is how the report will be generated, as you can see, which is automatically be tested by Claude. So now let me go ahead and test it in the browser myself actually. Okay, now I'm ready to test because the agent has told me that it has tested everything. Front-end server exited. Let me start again. So let's wait for some time before the front-end and the back-end server is up, and then I'll go towards testing. All right, so now both the servers are running. So let me go ahead and test this. Okay, good. So this is the AI mock interview platform. I'll go ahead and upload the PDF and click on upload and parse the PDF. So now this should ideally work because the coding agent has tested it itself. But for us, let's go ahead and see whether it's working. Meanwhile, let me see some questions in the chat. Uh, can you share the e2e test.md file? So my e2e file, which is it's this e2e test.py, I'll probably share it in the doc. Okay. So this is the testing E2E test if anyone wants to copy this for their own tests. Can everyone see my screen right now where the data has been extracted here for this particular person? And then we can even check this in Supabase. So let's go to Supabase right now and let's see whether a project has been created first of all. So let me ask, what's the name of the Supabase project you created? So the name is AI mock interview. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so this is the Supabase project which has been created. But yeah, let's see if there's any data here. Yeah, so see, this is the database which is there, which the AI coding agent itself has created all of this. Candidates, conversation history, evaluations, final reports, interview sessions, and resume sections. So the first thing which will happen is this resume sections. So if I go to this resume sections and view columns, you will see that for students, for every student, we have the ID, section type, content in that particular section. So this is my schema visualizer here. All of this, I have not created anything here. So if you go to table editor right now, and you can see candidates. Yeah, so for this person, we have the email, the resume, then we have the, if you go to resume sections, yeah, we have the experience section, contact, etc. of this one resume which we have uploaded right now. So things seem to be working pretty well here. So now what I can do is I can say start interview.
Tell me about yourself and your background.
So did you hear that voice, which is my cloned voice from 11 Labs right now? So I graduated. Let me actually look at this person's resume to answer. I am excited to attend this interview.
Understood. What led you to choose computer science with DSAI at IIT Naya Raipur, and what initially drew you toward ML and AI?
I chose ML and AI because I particularly was interested in the evolving job market and wanted to upskill for that.
Noted. As you approach graduation, what kind of ML or AI role are you targeting, and which experiences have most shaped that direction?
The projects which I did definitely shaped me in that direction further. I'm looking for ML engineer roles such as your company Vijuara. Thanks. So this is phase one.
I see you worked on the migration pipeline at Airbus India Private Limited. Walk me through what you built.
So see, we are now starting phase two, which is drilling down on each project. I have no clue about what this person built, so let me just type this. So now it will use that Russian doll approach of drilling it further into layers.
Understood. Break the pipeline down step by step from input to deployed output. What was the input artifact from the legacy .NET app? How did your dependency resolver represent it? Where did Gemini and LangChain sit in the flow? And what exactly was emitted for apps, script, and React?
See, this is a detailed question now, right? So I'll try to answer. And now I'm using this microphone feature. So I'm not actually sure about the input artifact and how my dependency resolver represented it. But what I did is I took the code and I passed it to uh, Gemini. I used the Gemini 2.5 Pro model, and then the output was connected to the React.js frontend. So see, this microphone is working because now we use the speech to text. Now it's drilling down further.
Think in terms of parser output, such as files, functions, and edges between calls. On the Gemini side, what exactly did you send in the prompt? How did you preserve cross-file context? And how did you verify the generated app script code was functionally equivalent enough to deploy?
So as you can see now, the interviewer is very professional, right? We are not using over enthusiastic language because that is what we have coded in the prompt. If you directly, after this class, try directly giving a random prompt, the first thing which came to your mind, right? It will never build something like this. So in the prompt, what I did is I shared the earlier .NET code, and I did not know how to verify the generated app scripts because I have not learned that. My other teammates did that actually. I did not do that part of the project myself. So as you can see,
Understood. If you did not own verification, focus only on the LangChain and Gemini integration you personally implemented. Describe the chain end to end, what inputs the chain received, how you structured the prompt template for code conversion, how you handled large multi-file .NET code that exceeded context limits, and what post-processing you applied before sending output to deployment.
so now see is drilling down so much that I personally am not able to. So if the student is not able to answer this, let me end the chain here. I am sorry, but I don't know the answer to this question. Yeah, I am sorry, but I am not able to answer this.
Understood. Ignore the LLM conversion internals and focus only on the deployment path you personally touched. How Clasp pushed code into app script, how Streamlit triggered and tracked migration run, and where logs or failure states were stored and shown to the user.
I'm sorry, but I don't know this also. Actually, we had multiple team members working on this project, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to simulate a student who has not understood. Yeah, it's using understood too much.
Let's discuss another project. Tell me about your wheat head detection project at Mexico Grove.
See, now what happened is in the Russian doll approach, the agent figured out that I cannot answer any further, so it has stopped here, right? Now it is asking me about the second project, which is about this YOLO 8 pipeline. In this project, I actually built a YOLO 8 pipeline. In 2 hours, we have reached this stage, which was not possible earlier. In 3 weeks, I think.
Noted. Break that pipeline down end to end. What was the raw input from the UAV orthomosaic? How did you pre-process or tile those large images for YOLO 8? What exactly were the labels you predicted and which YOLO 8 variant and training setup did you use?
I have got the labels from real data from a farm, and those were the images which I used. I did not use any pre-processing or tiling, and the labels which were predicted were just whether wheat head is present or not. For the training setup, I just used a code which I got from ChatGPT. So the answers which I'm giving are deliberately bad because I want the student report to show that this is not good.
Let's discuss another project. Tell me about Radiant, what problem in RAG you are trying to solve, and what your specific contribution was.
My contribution was to implement the rack pipeline. So this is not good, right? It's saying rack pipeline.
Noted. Break the Radiant pipeline down end to end, starting from a user query. How were documents chunked and retrieved? Where was entity context alignment computed? How did ECD enter the loop? And at what stage did DPO modify the system? If you did not own all of it, describe only the exact component you personally implemented and the inputs and outputs of that component.
I have actually implemented only the RAG system where I used, I think, fixed chunking or semantic chunking. I'm not very sure. but I think I used fixed chunking, and the rest of the pipeline was handled by other team members, but I was in charge of the retrieval augmented generation part.
Understood. Think in terms of corpus, chunks web embeddings the index and the retrieve passages get a final prompt. For the retrieval component you owned, what corpus went into the index? How did you chunk it? Which embedding model and vector store did you use? What top K or re-ranking strategy did you apply? And what exact context package was sent to the generator?
See, now it's giving me a hint here because I've asked it to give a hint when the student is stuck somewhere. I used a top K of 3 or 4. I did not use re-ranking, and for embedding model, I had used a 384 dimensional model with fixed size chunking. For embedding model, I've used 384 dimensional model with fixed size chunking, and I used top 3 or top 4, I think. How many of you have got a system like this right now? Could you mention in the chat if you have got this working like I have done right now?
Understood. If the model name is unclear, focus on the retrieval settings you directly chose, chunk size and overlap, similarity metric or index type, whether you used FOS or another store, and how the top 3 or top 4 chunks were concatenated into the generator prompt. Also tell me how you decided top K and what failure mode you observed when retrieval was poor.
I chose top K based on what ChatGPT gave me, and that was what I implemented. I did not use FAISS because I was thinking of using a vector store like ChromaDB or Pinecone. So ideally for this student, the rating should be very bad. Okay, for Vishnu, it's working, I think, very good. So now it's going into the factual question
Understood.
phase.
A retrieval implementation should be able to specify mode you observed when irrelevant chunks were retrieved. Now I have some factual questions for you. What is YOLO 8 and how does it work?
I think YOLO 8 is just an image detection model. I'm not really sure how it works.
What is retrieval augmented generation or RAG?
Retrieval augmented generation is like attempting an open book exam where uh, you have a certain knowledge base and you retrieve the most important sections of that knowledge base. You augment it to what knowledge you already have. So it's retrieved data, augmenting your current prompt and then passing it to the LLM.
What is entity context divergence in RAG?
I'm not sure I know this entirely, but it probably seems like the retrieved data is not aligned with the correct context.
What is realized circle?
I'm sorry, I do not know this.
What is data augmentation?
So generally, if your training data is less, you would want to augment that data. But instead of collecting it new, you just take the original data and probably augment it by rotating it, uh, creating interpolated versions of the data, etc.
Noted. That concludes the technical questions. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
In 5 years, I would probably want to be a senior machine learning engineer at top AI ML companies like uh, Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, NVIDIA, etc.
Noted. Tell me about the most significant technical challenge you faced and how you resolved it.
In the implementation of the rack system, I faced a lot of technical challenges because it was very difficult for me to identify the best chunking strategy which works. So I tried out a lot of chunking strategies and nothing was working. So ultimately, I went ahead with fixed size chunking.
Noted. How do you approach working in a team, especially when there are disagreements?
Um, Usually, I have not worked in a big team before. Usually, I've worked in team sizes of 1 to 2. In that case, we are working through a collaborative approach through GitHub. So usually, if disagreements happen, we get on a call and we discuss about the best solution to move forward.
Understood. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, I do have. How many people are you looking to hire for this role?
The exact number can vary by business need, but typically it is a small cohort rather than a large intake for this role. The focus is usually on fit and execution ability rather than filling a fixed headcount.
Now as all of you can see, this was the version 1 of our interview, right? It's not perfect at all. Number of things can be improved, but whatever we have mentioned, as you can see the score, it's 56 out of 100, which is pretty poor, right? And it's predominantly because the Socratic depth score for project 1 was very low. For project 2, it was also low. I think it should have been a bit lower here, so we should probably make the grading a bit more strict. Then for phase 4, I almost got all the questions incorrect except for two, which I had answered, such as retrieval augmented generation and data augmentation. And for phase 5 behavioral assessment, maybe the assessment should be a bit more granular. So a lot of things can be improved. The evaluations can be a bit more granular. As many of you have noted in the chat, the unnecessary use of understood or noted too many times, it's not good. We can make it a bit more communicative. Right now, it seems like Q&A. Hint utilization is equal to 0 because I actually did not utilize the hints given by the agent. The agent was giving me hints at multiple places, but I was not utilizing it. That's why probably it says hint utilization equal to 0. But this is version 1 of our product. That's why in building such real industry grade projects, what you should ideally do is now you should say that this is version 1. Let me move ahead to version 2 right now. So after this workshop is done, what all of you can do is that think about what you want to add in version 2, right? So version 2 can be where you want to add video features, you want to make the agent more communicative. We have not tested the anxiety or pressure patterns here, right? So let's say if you build version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5 in 1 week, you can ship out this product immediately, integrate a payment gateway, and immediately have it ready for revenue collection. Because the way it is right now, I think it will already add value to students. It's still not fully polished or refined, but it will get there for sure. This is the main inspiration which I want to highlight to all of you, that now it's possible to build these industry projects very quickly, but you need to build them correctly. You need to build them with care and depth. Otherwise, it does not make any sense at all. In fact, what you can do is after this, you can directly give it this simple prompt and see what it builds. It will be very bad. Now, there is a question in the chat that noting granular things means what? So, granular things essentially means why is visionary thinking 3 out of 5 here, right? I did not answer any visionary thing in my responses right now. So, why have I got 60% score here? How do you break down visionary thinking into objective points? How do you break down groundedness or team player into objective points? And now the last thing which I want to do is that I want to go ahead And so let us all build a website out of this at the end of this class. Go ahead, deploy this to GitHub pages and give me the deployed website link. So those of you who have attended this session, at the end of it, you should have a final website which you have built. So for you, if GitHub is not connected, you will probably, so as it's saying, maybe GitHub is not the best way to build this, right? Because it's static. So maybe we can use Railway. Now Claude has already gone ahead and started hosting the front end on GitHub, and back end it will host on Render maybe. So let's see. Vercel will also work, right? So maybe I'll go ahead and say instead use Vercel. How many of you are at this stage where you are pushing it right now to the final website? Because that's the final takeaway which I want all of you after today's lecture. Let's see. So now Vercel CLI is being installed. There is a question in the chat that so I'll upload this in the afternoon itself, within 2 to 3 hours after this lecture is done. So now GitHub repo is being created and the code is being pushed. Let's see. While this is happening, I'll quickly summarize what all we have covered in today's class. So today's class, what we have seen is that, in fact, this class was intended to be kind of a workshop for people who want to build any product. Right now, I think all of us can think like startup founders, because the next product, the gap between where you are right now and a product is so less. So in 2.5 hours right now, we have built the first version of a product which will actually be useful to many people, right? But there is a proper way to do this. You need to first think about the care workflow. Identify a problem which is actually a problem. Second, independent thinking. Spend 30 minutes to 1 hour thinking what you want the project to be. Write it down, because that will actually improve the way you communicate with an agent, since English is the new programming language now. And in care workflow number 3, it's empathy. That's what will distinguish good AI projects from poor AI products. Empathy. How much care and empathy are you putting in your product, whether it will actually work for the user? So you should be very stringent on the deployment. Like this, for example, I have not liked this version 1 too much. I'll probably need to have version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5. But version 1 is not bad. Earlier, this would have taken 3 weeks to build. Now it has taken 2 hours. Now you see, push to GitHub. Now it's deploying to Vercel itself. I don't even have to look at the deployment myself. Okay, let me actually do this Vercel authentication now. So I've authenticated my Vercel. I've checked into my GitHub. Now the project is being linked to GitHub to Vercel right now. The GitHub project is being linked to Vercel right now. How many of you have reached this stage along with me? Could you mention yes in the chat? Yes, okay. Karun has reached. What about others? So either people might be stuck because cloud code usage is over, or where are people stuck right now? How many people have reached this end? Because the main output which I wanted after today's class is the website link, so that you know how short the time is between the idea and the product. Ajiketi Singh will definitely complete it by Wednesday evening. I think all of you should try to complete this product within 1 week and actually launch it on LinkedIn. I will definitely repost this because it's being done in this workshop. But now again, where all of you will take it differs from person to person. Some of you will put extreme amount of care into your product and only make it public if you think it's valuable. Others will immediately make it public. That's the differentiating factor between products, right? Even if everyone has access to the same coding agent, the quality of the output or the product which is made differs from person to person completely. All right, everyone. So this brings us to the end of today's class. If you have any last minute questions, you can please go ahead and ask. I will share all of this material on YouTube as well, so that those of you who have joined late will get access to all the documents, the code files, the GitHub repositories. Satyajit Singh, please explain two resume PDFs. So I did not understand. What does this mean? Is it two personas? So the person who is speaking, the interviewer, is cloned using my voice, and when I am interacting with it, I am interacting like a student. Are there any other questions? So I am going to upload it on YouTube for sure. Prakash is saying, when will be the 10 projects shared? So I have already shared them, Prakash. In the modern software development GitHub repository, you will see on the dashboard the list of 10 projects. Sarthak is saying, can you share the GitHub repo so that we can compare prompts and code and skills? I'll share it. I'll link it in the YouTube video as well. Mayank is asking, what are your views on the leak Claude model? So I think that this is going to happen more and more now, unfortunately. So one thing which I always want to emphasize is security, right? We should never ship a product unless the most obvious security glitches are fixed. So from our side, what we can do is this OWASP top 10 securities, right? At least they should be fixed. And that is what we can do from our end before putting it into production. In fact, there is a lot of scope for security related research right now. Mausam is saying, I want to learn more about skills. So there are two ways to learn about skills. First is on our YouTube. We have now started this build Claude code. We have started build Claude code from scratch YouTube playlist. This has already received a lot of views. And here we are planning to talk about skills, but Claude also has a very nice document on skill creation. Is this? So you can check this out till that time. All right, everyone. Thank you for attending this lecture. And I really encourage all of you to take this product to completion. Don't stop here. Take this product to completion, push it, and make sure it works. Because right now you have built this. So don't stop now. If you have version 1, go to version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5, and then finish this. Thanks a lot, everyone. I will look forward to seeing you in future such workshops which I conduct. Thank you. See you. Bye. Discussing with you about two projects. which I have implemented. And one of them goes slightly beyond context engineering into a very unique space. And the second one is related to what all you have been learning so far. The reason I have selected this first project is because from Raj and Sridhar, in the last 9 lectures, you have been hearing about context engineering and how to design the right context so as to optimize your AI agents for your use cases. So this case study or this project is slightly different than that, but I will try to make that link with context engineering and this project. And the second project is related to voice agents, which is something we have internally developed at Vijayawada. So it is based on a very practical hands-on experience. So initially, I want to start with the first project because I want to take your minds in a different zone. And I'm completely aware that the concepts in this project you might not be completely aware about, but I will try to make it as uh, simple to understand as possible. So the way I have planned it is that I will spend the first half an hour on the first project, and I will spend the next half an hour on the second project, and then we will take question and answers. So let me begin by sharing my screen, and we will get started. Okay. I hope you are able to see my Miro board. Okay, great. Uh, okay. So the first project that we will be discussing as a part of this workshop is called as OpenClaw RL. Just give me a couple of minutes. Okay, let us get started. As I mentioned, we will be covering two main projects in this talk, and the way we have scheduled this is that I'll be covering the first project in the first half an hour and the second project in the next half an hour. So there is a lot of information which I plan to distill in this 1 hour of lecture. Okay, so the first project which I will be discussing about is called as OpenClaw RL. And this is very specific. It is not completely relevant to context engineering. It goes slightly beyond that. But I will explain the way we have designed this and why it becomes very interesting. So if you look at the way OpenClaw is designed, what happens is that there is an LLM which sits somewhere at the center, and a user is, so let's say this is OpenClaw, and this is the user somewhere here. And then what happens is that the user asks something to OpenClaw. The OpenClaw queries the message back to the LLM, and the LLM gives us the answer back to OpenClaw. And then OpenClaw retrieves the answer and responds back to us. So in this whole process, we are heavily reliant on the large language model, which is fixed. We are not updating the large language model as such. So the large language model is frozen. All this middle layer of OpenClaw is doing is it is acting as an interface between the user and the LLM. So if you were to ask me the question that, okay, Rajat, this is fine, but does this mean that this personalized assistant, is it same for every user? Uh, if that is the case, then why are people calling it as a personalized assistant? If finally the same LLM is going to be used everywhere, uh, for all the users, for everyone in this call, let's say we are using Claude. So Claude is a LLM which is commonly used for all the users. Then where does the personalization exactly come from? And the personalization mainly comes from the context engineering which OpenClaw has done internally, which means that it has a memory layer, and this memory layer includes both long-term memory as well as short-term memory. So there are two types of memories which are included by OpenClaw in their architecture. There is also a file which is called as soul.md. So this is, the name sounds intriguing, but it's really simple. It is something where the soul of the user resides. So uh, the memory keeps on updating, and the soul is fixed. This defines your personality. Now, if you look at this entire architecture, okay, of OpenClaw, the level of personalization which is dynamic, okay, let's just focus on the dynamic level of personalization. It only comes from the memory. It does not come from the soul.md because soul.md is fixed. Ideally, what I want is I want my personal assistant to adapt to my responses real time and change according to my behavior or my conversation with the agent. Now, let me ask you another question. Let's say you're interacting with this agent on WhatsApp, okay? So let's say this is the WhatsApp interface where we have multiple blocks of user and uh, OpenClaw conversations. Okay, and then somewhere here you say that, no, this is not what I asked. Okay, and then your assistant replies back saying that, okay, let me change that. This is one conversation. There are thousands of conversations users have with OpenClaw like this. Now, what I am talking about in this lecture is your assistant learning from this kind of feedback? Now, this feedback is something which is not stored in the memory. It's not stored in the memory.md file at all, but it is rather what we call as a dynamic real-time feedback, which is coming from the user. So this is a dynamic and a real-time feedback. And the question that we are asking is your assistant storing this information somewhere? Can you type in the chat? What do you guys think about this question? Do you think this information is stored somewhere? It is a part of the conversation history, but later if you go on to OpenClaw, let's say there are thousands of these conversations. Is uh, the bottleneck here is your memory file, how long can it get? You have a short-term memory, you have a long-term memory, that is fine. But some of these memories even get stored and extracted in the memory, but is this a good solution? Do you want a personal agent like this, which has a huge amount of memory? And this is not what is happening in OpenClaw at all. So, literally, people have hundreds and thousands of conversations every day with their agent. And a bulk of this information, which is a very high value signal, is getting lost. It is not getting stored anywhere. And that is a signal which we can learn from, right? Which the assistant has to improve. And the reason that is not happening is, imagine an analogy where you have a glass box. Okay, this is a glass box, and the LLM is like a brain which is sitting inside this glass box. This glass box is impenetrable. You cannot penetrate inside. So we cannot touch the LLM. All we are doing is we are playing with the context around the LLM. We are not essentially breaking in the glass door and modifying the brain of the LLM itself. Because the door has a key and it is locked. We don't have access to the key. The model is fixed. We cannot change it. This is the main problem which current personal assistants have. They adapt to user feedback only to some extent. They only store a critical information, but they are not really dynamic to, or they are not agile to user feedback which is coming in through the conversations. So the question that we are asking today is, can we adapt your personal agents and make them dynamic, make them somehow responsive towards human feedback, which is coming in through communication platforms like Slack, WhatsApp, Gmail, etc. Uh, but largely through Slack, WhatsApp, Telegram, where people are interacting with these agents. So we want to use that signal, and the idea is to penetrate through this brain, and we want to modify this brain itself. Another word for it is that we want to fine tune this. So far, we have not taken this angle in context engineering at all. Rather, we have been working with a fixed LLM and we have been changing the context around it. What if you ask a completely different question in a completely different sphere, that what if we can fine tune this LLM? Okay, and let's start to think from scratch here. What does it mean that we want to fine tune the LLM? Okay, so uh, let's let's take an example. Let's say the LLM is a box here. Okay, the LLM generates an answer. The LLM generates an answer, and let us denote that by this. This is the answer which my LLM has generated. Okay, now what happens is that a user is seeing this answer. Okay, so let's draw the user block over here somewhere. A user looks at this answer, takes this answer as an input, and what does the user do? The user generates a reward or a feedback, let's say. Let's call it a feedback. Let's not introduce reward right now. So we will have another block for this, which is a reward block. Okay, so we have this reward or a feedback, and this is a implicit reward. Okay, so which means that the user is not saying 0 or 1 whenever I'm interacting with OpenClaw on WhatsApp. My feedback is implicit, which is captured in sentences like this is great or no, this is not at all what I expected. And then ideally what I want is I want this reward to flow back to the LLM to update the weights. Okay, so I want to update the weights of the LLM based on this reward. Now, this is the basic flow which I want my system to have. And all of this we are understanding based on our intuition. We have not introduced any theory or any mathematics yet so far. Okay, now that we understand this, the next step is we cannot use LLMs which are gated. Okay, we cannot use LLMs which we cannot tune. So which means that we cannot use LLMs which are hosted on someone else's server. If we want to fine tune these LLMs, probably the best idea is to have our own machinery, host the LLM there, and then update the weights. Okay, so this is the first insight which we get, that okay, we want to implement this process, but we cannot make an API call now because that's not what we are doing. We want to fine tune the LLM, and to fine tune the LLM, you need access to the weights of the LLM. So we need a different machinery for this, and we cannot use the existing API calls. Now, and we also need a method to update these weights. It's very simply, I have written that, okay, fine, you just update the weights, but what is the method for this? How do you actually go ahead, look at the reward and update the weights? So let's start with the second question first. It turns out that this process, this mechanism has been playing out in the history of AI since the last, I would say, 40 years. And there is a name for this field which is called as reinforcement learning. So learning from reward and taking actions based on the rewards is something not unique. People have been applying it to different types of problems. And now we want to apply this to LLMs. Okay, so we want to apply RL to LLMs. And application of RL in LLMs is something which is not that far back. It all started with reinforcement learning through human feedback, which is RLHF. And in fact, ChatGPT, which came out in 2022 December, one of the main components there was reinforcement learning through human feedback. Okay, so the mechanism already exists. We already know the mechanism for achieving this, and there are algorithms in place to do that. This lecture is not about RL, so I will not be focusing on the algorithms, but I want to give you a layout to you so that you understand where RL fits into this properly. So the different mechanisms which people use are, there is a mechanism I'm using mechanism, but it's called an algorithm. It's PPO. Then there is another algorithm which is called as GRPO. And for OpenClaw RL, we are predominantly going to use GRPO. GRPO was popularized by DeepSeek, and since then, many RL papers are defaulting to using group relative policy optimization. But essentially, the main outcome of this discussion is we have a mechanism for updating these weights. Now, we need a mechanism to, first of all, host the LLM. We need a mechanism for this feedback, and we need a mechanism for generating these answers. So we will talk about three different kinds of mechanisms that we need. First one, let us talk about the LLM itself. Now, in this example, in this project, we have taken the example of Quen. You can feel free to take any examples. In fact, OpenClaw allows you to connect to local LLMs also, which means that you can download these LLMs on your PC and you can do agentic tasks with them. But that generally requires more RAM because these LLMs usually have weights and they need a lot of memory in their KV cache. And a lot of people do not have laptops of that capacity. So even I did not host this locally, but rather I hosted it through RunPod. So I rented out a GPU using RunPod, and I downloaded the model from Hugging Face and used my own machinery for the main LLM. Now, this is where our approach starts to differ from this. Here, the LLM is locked in a cage somewhere in OpenAI servers, in Anthropic servers, and you do not have access to that cage. But now we don't need to use LLMs which are locked in cages. We can use our own LLM that we have the key to, and we can fine tune those LLMs successfully. That is exactly why this first step is important, which is to use our own LLMs, and we are using the LLM which is Quen for this. So the LLM is where the responses are going to come from. So now whenever you interact with OpenClaw on WhatsApp, you will not get the answer back from Claude or GPT or Gemini, but rather you will get your answer back from Quen. So this is what the first step of our machinery has achieved, which is fine. This is easy for us to understand. Now the second step, which is generating answer. Let me come to that after some time. First, let us focus on another important component of this machinery, which is how to give feedback. Okay. Now, generally in RL, in reinforcement learning, these rewards are numerical values. They assume values of 0, which means a very bad reward or bad performance, and 1, which means good performance. But how do you generate reward for something like this? Now we know that this is a feedback which is negative, so it should have a negative reward. And if a user says something like, great, let's do that. This means that the user has liked whatever the agent has told it, and this should get a positive reward, right? So the magnitude or the value of the reward should change based on how the user is interacting with the agent. And the main question is, how do you convert these subjective lines or the sentences which users are interacting with into a numerical value? And because we need to do that, we use another LLM which is called as the process reward model. The process reward model is a second model which is used here, and the main purpose of this model is to generate feedback, or rather we can call it quantify the feedback. Quantify the feedback into a numerical reward. Okay, so this is the second model which is required for assigning these rewards. Now, in reinforcement learning, the two components we have readied in place, and there are names in the literature for these two components. This first component, which is the LLM itself, it is also called as actor. I know these names are a bit weird, but this is called as an actor, and this is called as a reward model. So it's a standard name for there are outcome-based reward models and there are process-based reward models as well. Okay, so we have two components now. One component is the main actor, which is generating the rollouts or the trajectories or the answers. And the second component is a model which is giving feedback to whatever the user is interacting with the agent. Okay, and we definitely need a model for that because these feedbacks are typically very subjective. Now we want to establish a link here. We want to, based on this feedback, we want to update this LLM. That's our main task, and that is exactly what reinforcement learning helps us achieve. The algorithm that we'll be using to achieve this is called as group relative policy optimization, and we will be continuously updating the LLM based on how the user is interacting with it. Now, one question which you might have is, okay, this is fine, but if we are updating the LLM, doesn't it mean that the OpenClaw is going to pause for some time before it gives the answer? How can we do it fast? Okay, imagine that there is a brain which is used to give answer to the human, and someone opens the door in which this brain is kept with some screws and modifies the brain. Now, while someone is modifying the brain is not in a position to give the answer, right? Because its weights are actively being modified. So it means that you have to wait before the brain gives you an answer, which is a significant drawback. Which is why what is done is both these processes are done separately. Now, what do I mean both these processes are done separately? The process of generating answers, which is this process, and the process of giving feedback, these processes are decoupled from each other, which means that the feedback is collected continuously. This is continuously happening as you are chatting uh, with the model, and after a bunch of feedbacks. So in this project we are using 32. The model is modified. But while the model is being modified, the previous version of the model is also stored in the memory. Okay, so this gets a little bit intricate here. So now let's draw a chart of what all is there in my memory. Okay, so in my memory, the first thing is you have the actor, which is the Qwen LLM, which is generating the answers for me. Then you have the reward model, which is the process reward model. Let's call it llama. Now, again, what you have is you have another frozen copy of this LLM, frozen copy of the LLM. So this is being used to serve the answers while the actor is being modified after 32 conversations. Now, this is why reinforcement learning tasks are very highly memory intensive because you're loading three models in the memory at one time. And these three models are used to train your actor, and the actor becomes better and better with time. This almost sounds magical, but when you see it working, there is a lot of satisfaction that you get in the process. We are essentially training the model. We are fine-tuning the model. We are changing the weights of the model in real time as we are collecting conversations from the user. So this chatbot is actually personalized, and it is a more I would say granular personalization, because I am taking into account every single interaction which the user is having with the chatbot. Now all of this process I have documented in one of the pods that we have created on Visuara, and it will be very helpful for you to understand how this feedback mechanism works and how reinforcement learning actually works to transform this open claw into something that is continuously improving with time. Now, this is something which is very state of the art, and this is, I think, a right place for people to get into RL also. For a longest time, reinforcement learning is considered by people to be very theoretical, and they say things like, "No, this is for not for me. I don't understand maths, etc." But the point is that you don't have to understand mathematics. You don't have to understand how GRPO works. As long as you know what the algorithm is doing, it is very intuitive, because RL is nothing but learning from experience. We learn and we get better with time. Now, whatever I am explaining, I have deliberately kept this whole process to be a black box for you, because I don't want to intimidate all of you with what is GRPO, but it is very intuitive and a lot of fun to learn. Okay, so now I will not be just telling you the theory, but we have actually implemented this, and I'm going to show you a GitHub repo in which all these details have been given. Okay, so I'm sharing this link in the chat, in which I have given all the details of uh, how to implement this. Okay, now whatever we have discussed, you will be able to understand how to deploy this in practice. So as I said, you need a number of GPUs because you are serving three models. So you can use either 3 to 4 GPUs. This will take at least $30 to $45 of cost for a 3 to 4 hour session, where you can actually see the model improving with your interactions with the model. We are using a Qwen 3-4 billion parameter model as the actor model, which is used to serve the responses. And this is the flow, okay? You are chatting with it, and there is an actor which is getting trained. The process reward model is scoring the responses, and the weights are getting updated. And we are hoping that the next response is better, and the model is continuously improving as you are giving responses. So everything is specified very clearly here. You have to first run a run pod account. You have to open up a pod, and giving this container image is very important. Maybe I'll just explain to you how that is done. So when you go to RunPod is a website for people to rent out GPUs. Go to this place which says H100. Go to H100 and select three GPUs. And now this is where you need to make the main change. Click on the edit option over here. And you see here there is an option of container image. Now in this option, you have to specify this. And there is an option here for start command and HTTP ports, which is this. HTTP ports is here and start command is here. That is all you have to do. And in fact, now all of you have become experts as using Claude Code. So you can just give Claude Code this repo and ask it to do everything for you. So these thoughts should now come very naturally to you, having done the entire course on context engineering without having me to tell you about it. But everything is specified here in detail, and I will show you how I am running it. So you can see here, this is my this is my local repo, okay, and I have implemented this. And this is currently running live. You can see one GPU being active over here for RL. This is the one OpenClaw RL. And let's see. Okay, so we have entered a live mode now, and just a second. I hope you are able to see my screen. Okay, so I'm assuming that you're able to see my screen. So this is the interface that you will see once you deploy that GitHub repo using Cloud Code. And here there are two options. Okay, there is also an option where you interact with through WhatsApp. But right now for this demo, I am just using this chat interface. So let's now, to help you understand what is happening, let me ask a question. What is a neural network? Now I have asked this question. You see, it's thinking and GPU 1 is loaded. You see here, 83%. Now this is the actor which is being loaded and it is generating a response. Qwen 3 4 billion parameter model is used here to generate a response. The response is now generated. Now this is not coming through any API call, but I have hosted the model on this run pod server. Okay, so it becomes, so the answer is coming from that model itself. Now I don't like this answer. It's huge. So I'll tell it that I'll give a feedback at the bottom. Uh, just a second. Okay, so the feedback I give is that this response is too verbose. Keep it short and simple and explain from first principles. So now you see the GPU 2 is also loaded, and GPU 2 is the one which is actually the process reward model, which is giving the rewards. Now you see here, it has given a reward of, 0, which is what is expected, right? Because I was actively telling it to that I don't like it, keep it short, and it gets a reward for 0. Then I say not great either. Give me multiple paragraphs. Okay, so now you will again see the PRM load up here. You see GPU 2 is loaded up, which is the process reward model, again gets a reward of 0 because I was not happy with it. Now let's do something positive. Okay, now I'll say great. This is excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, so now hopefully you will see a reward of +1. Yeah, so that is exactly what you see here. So you see the PRM is working perfectly, and at the top you see the batch is progressing, which says 3 out of 32, which means that it will collect 32 feedbacks and only then it will update the model. So this GPU 0 which you see here, this GPU will only be activated when we are fine-tuning it. Right now, only the scores are collected and the scores will be used to update the model. Uh, okay, so this is exactly how it works and how you can modify your existing OpenClaw assistants using reinforcement learning. This is a very practical tutorial which I wanted to share with all of you. And I know some parts of it I haven't covered because reinforcement learning, I would have liked to go in more depth, but that is completely out of scope for this workshop. And I hope, uh, yeah, so Arun has asked a question that how do we know what weights need to be modified? That is a great question. And that question leads you to understanding RL in LLMs, reinforcement learning applied to LLMs. That is exactly what the theory of reinforcement learning mainly focuses on. Let me pause here for some time and take questions from all of you. People in the chat, please ask any questions. You want something to be clarified, you want to understand how to deploy this in your own setting, etc. Please go ahead and ask the questions. How frequently weights are getting updated? So at the top, you see here, the batch progress says 3 out of 32. The weights are getting updated after 32 rewards are being collected. And using GRPO, we will be fine-tuning Quen after 32 responses are collected. Is this application using RL to adjust the weights? Yes, so this application is using reinforcement learning to adjust the weights of my main LLM, which is connected to OpenClaw. So it is adjusting the weights of Quen 3-4 billion parameter model using reinforcement learning. Shiva is asking that they want to replicate what I have done. Okay, let me again tell you the steps to replicate it. Please go ahead and use this repo. I will give two answers to replicate this. The first simplest answer is use Claude Code and interact with it to help you replicate this. The second answer is more detailed. The first step, what you have to do to replicate this is go to run pod and click on a GPU provide, let's say H100X SXM. And in this example, I have used three GPUs. Remember, I had said we need three GPUs, one for the actor, one for the reward model, and one for the frozen reference model. And the important step here, which is something we don't usually do, is you have to go to edit over here and you have to change the container image. So now this container image is, you have to give this container image of, let's see what I have written. Yeah, slime RL, slime latest. So you will ideally type something like this. And you would give a starter command, which is mentioned here. And you would increase this container disk and the network, the volume disk also. And you would expose three ports here. Why do we need three ports? There is one port on which the PRM is running, and there is one port on which the actor is running. So we are using a framework called SGLang here for the inference, for the rollout, and we are using Ray for the distributed engine. So these are the changes that you need to make, and then just click on set overrides over here, set overrides, and then you just need to deploy on demand. So you will get one link, and you can share that link with Cloud Code, and it will help you set everything up. So whenever you see this, right, there is a lot of satisfaction when you see the OpenClaw RL actually work and the LLM modify its responses based on your feedback. That is why I wanted to share this with all of you. All these details have been mentioned in these pods where there are a lot of Google Colab notebooks which you can implement. I find Colab notebooks an excellent way to understand concepts because it helps us to visualize something in practice which sometimes theory can't. So yeah, to answer your question, this is exactly how you would go ahead and replicate it. Okay, let's see the questions. Okay, there are a lot of questions. Let's see. Okay, so let me summarize. There are a number of questions which have come up in the chat. Firstly, about the three GPUs and what exactly are the three GPUs doing and how they are synchronized. So you see here there are three GPUs, right? And GPU one is the one which is the actor, which is generating the responses. This is typically the one, let's say you connect your OpenClaw with Claude or GPT. That is what this LLM refers to. That is hosted on this GPU. GPU2 is where you're using a process reward model to score your responses. And GPU0 is a reference copy which we are using to fine tune. So GPU0 will not be active unless 32 rewards have been collected. It will only become active after 32 rewards have been collected. So to give you a terminology, the actor is the main LLM. The frozen reference model is a different is the same LLM, but it's a copy of the actor. And then the process reward model is the third LLM, and that is what these three GPUs refer to. The question is about how does OpenClaw does the personalization. OpenClaw has multiple ways to do personalization, which it uses a short-term and a long-term memory, and it uses a soul.md file also. But as I said before, maintaining files for memory is is a good option if you are not a regular user of the agent. But if you have a lot of feedbacks coming in, then that will become a bottleneck because you can only store so much information in these memory files. Uh, Yeah, so the reference model and the actor model are periodically synchronized. That is why their weights are coordinated. So let's say uh, you collect 32 rollouts, right? And you're using that rollouts to update the reference model. But at the same time, the actor model is being used to generate the next rollouts, and then the weights are being transferred every now and then. So the reference model and the actor model, they sync at some time, then again they desync, then again they sync, then they desync. So this process continues. Uh, so that's the interesting part, right? So it is the best part about this implementation is that there is no the model does not stop when you are interacting with it. And the reason is that uh, while you are updating weights of one model, the older version of the model is being used to serve the answers. So that is the reason there is no lag whenever the user is interacting with it. So this is the best part about the way you are doing the synchronization between uh, collecting the feedback and updating the model itself. That is one of the tricks which is a quite a common trick which is done in reinforcement learning, because the same architecture you tend to see when even labs like OpenAI, etc., they fine tune their models using reinforcement learning. Uh, this is an approach that they use. Okay, so I can see that there is a lot of interest in the topic based on your responses. I would really encourage you to go through these pods after this lecture. And if people would like to get in the field of reinforcement learning, uh, okay, so Rishabh has an interesting question. Can we have a single layer or a vector which captures the taste of the user? Yeah, so this is, we can have vectors for each of the users. Isn't that something which OpenClaw already does? It has a soul.md file which is intended to capture the taste of the user. So I guess that is already being done uh, with OpenClaw. Here, what we are doing is something radically different. We are changing the model itself based on the user's interaction. Okay, so now let's move on to a topic which is more directly related to the domain of context engineering. And this topic is based on my own experience of building a voice agent. So I have created a PDF based on this. Now this title is given like that because that's the title of my repo. I'll show you. This is the working repo. I've given it the title Conversational Agents for Bharat. So for quite some time, I was interested in voice agents, and I still am trying to find efficient approaches to build voice agents. Now, if you are new to the space of voice agents, there are a lot of uh, model providers, there are a lot of middleware providers also. There are a lot of companies who are developing their own models for voice. India is also doing good there with Servam having their own voice models. The main question which I wanted to address was I wanted to develop a voice agent for Visuara using all our knowledge base, and I wanted something which has a good latency and also the accuracy is decent. So I wanted to optimize on two parameters, which is the accuracy parameter and the latency parameter as well. Now, because there is so much information and so many components available on the internet, it becomes overwhelming to set up a voice agent on your own. And that is where context engineering comes in very handy, because if you know exactly what you want, you can completely ignore some categories and focus on only those categories that you are most interested in. So if you directly prompt Cloud Code saying that I want to build an agent, help me build one, that's an approach for failure, because you're not really uh, telling it about, okay, what is specific to your application, what are the metrics you are looking to optimize on, and all these nitty-gritties which you are aware of uh, as a person who has interests in developing that voice agent. So uh, this is a document I have created to explain my journey through this process. So I think it will help all of you who are envisioning to create voice agents. The first one is the knowledge curation and the knowledge base. Now this becomes extremely important, because this is where everything is the responses from the voice agent will be based on this knowledge base, right? So curating a good knowledge base and a tight knowledge base is very important. And we have been discussing this at Vijayawada since the last 2-3 weeks now, that an ideal knowledge base is something which is the right amount. Okay, it should not include everything. It should ideally be very compact and with dense information. It is counterintuitive that okay, you would think that if you feed in everything in the knowledge base, you would get an agent which responds well, but that doesn't work. Ideally, you need a dense knowledge base which is also very compact. So the knowledge curation, there is a lot of time that needs to be spent by the user, because that essentially becomes a major part of your context. So we looked at various knowledge sources. One was the emails that we get in our inbox. Uh, and then the second one, which is not really mentioned here, is the YouTube transcripts of the launch videos that we make for all our bootcamps. So that is a very good, high quality signal that we have for our knowledge base. And using that, I use Cloud Code to create a good, tight knowledge base. And then I also asked it after the knowledge base was created. I wanted to test whether, just based on the knowledge base, is it able to answer all the emails which are coming in our inbox? So turned out that it's not the case. So there were some iterations there when you're curating the knowledge base. So that is the first step that all of you have to focus on whenever you're building any voice agent, or maybe any agent. The knowledge curation is the most important step, and you have to spend a lot of time in that. Then the next step, which I will come to later, is uh, RAG. Okay, so you have an option of whether to, so we have taken a separate dedicated lecture on RAG in this workshop, and but it turned out for me for this project, RAG was not the great option. And the reason it was not a great option is because the latency increased significantly whenever you're searching through embeddings and finding the most similar embedding. And finally, I ended up passing the entire knowledge base in the system prompt itself. And that worked brilliantly for me. It sounds very simple, right? You might say that, okay, this is not good. RAG is an amazing method, but the elegance of the method doesn't matter. Okay, finally, your final aim is that your metrics of accuracy and latency should be satisfied. Whatever algorithm you use to achieve that, that is fine. So I injected everything into the system prompt and it worked brilliantly for me. Uh, okay, so this is regarding the knowledge base itself. But then you have to define a lot of tool definitions, which is searching. So this is mainly relevant for RAG. You need to define a tool which can search through the knowledge base. I also tried a method which is keyword matching, which works better than RAG actually, which is also a bit counterintuitive. But because of the specific nature of our knowledge base, it turned out that the entire knowledge base was structured into a very nice PDF, or rather very nice sections. So the sections were segregated very nicely by their keywords, and that's why the retrieval worked brilliantly using just keyword matching. And that was pretty fast as well. Okay, so the first thing that I want to start off with is the voice pipeline itself. Okay, so I started researching about this voice pipeline, and I found out that there are two ways of doing voice to voice conversion. Okay, so this is a voice agent and I'm speaking through my voice, and the answer I should get back again should be a voice. The first option, which is traditionally used, is a cascading pipeline, which is you convert speech to text, use an LLM, process that text, and then you convert the text back to speech. So this is an STT, LLM, and TTS pipeline which you have to use to build a voice to voice agent. And okay, so this is the cascading pipeline. This is great. One question which I had was, can we do direct voice to voice by using audio tokens? Not using text tokens, but directly voice to voice. And it turns out that I have probably not included that here. There are options for that. You have Gemini Live and you have GPT-4o real time. So I experimented with that as well. GPT-4o real time turned out to be excellent for my use case. The only problem with GPT-4o real time is that it has a huge cost. So these cascading pipelines, they turn out to be good for reducing your cost. And along with the latency and accuracy target, I had a cost target also. I don't want users to interact with 100 minutes every day on my platform, and I have a huge bill to pay. Even though the accuracy, latency, everything is great in voice to voice. And I still think voice to voice modalities are the future for voice agents. But the cost is an order of magnitude higher than these cascading pipelines. Okay, so that is the first remark there, which is about voice to voice and cascading pipeline. So I experimented with both, and I learned something pretty interesting. Now there is another thing which none of these pipelines can do, which is uh, understanding Indian accents better, understanding dialects, and Sarvam AI excels in that. But I faced issues with Sarvam AI, and my hunch is that Sarvam has released APIs which are not up to the mark with the APIs that they currently have developed in the lab. I don't know why that is the case, but they have deliberately released APIs which are maybe of earlier versions. If you try out their APIs, you will notice it immediately. It doesn't really perform great. That was my experience using Sarvam. So I did not go with it, although I was very excited because Bulbul was released at the same time when I was experimenting was this. So I was excited to try out their API, but it didn't work well. Uh, okay, so let's go ahead. Okay, so the first is this email analysis and the knowledge base curation. As I said, I implemented an email extraction pipeline and we created a great knowledge base. There is still scope for improvement here, I think. And after I created this knowledge base, Raj created an even tighter knowledge base, which reduced this knowledge base directly in half. and it started giving better responses, which I did not think was possible, but that turned out to be the case. Then I tried this Google Gemini Live API. Okay, so this has a good cost, which is comparable to cascading pipelines. This is also a native speech-to-speech model, but the problem with this is the latency is very slow in the response. Sometimes it just pauses and doesn't give you any response. So I would have actually preferred this if this would have worked, but it was extremely slow and I did not go ahead with it. As I explained, OpenAI real time was very high quality, and it performed well, but and it has a very natural voice also, but it is a lot expensive than other cascading pipelines. Now I'll explain about WAPI a little bit. Okay, so now with these cascading pipelines, if you look at, there is a huge amount of literature, and it becomes very overwhelming to choose the right pipeline. So I implemented an ablation study where I conducted a series of experiments. If the auto research by Karpathy would have been released at that time, I would have probably gone for that. So I conducted 6 pipeline configurations. You can see I have used different STT, LLM, and TTS models. These are the state-of-the-art models. You can see there is DeepGram, there is Whisper. This is the Indian specialist, which was Sarvam and Sarvam Bulbul. There is DeepGram again. There is 11 Labs, OpenAI, TTS, Cartesia, Sonic, Grok, Llama 3.3 for the LLMs, etc. Now, what I realized is that with the cascading strategy, every single component takes up some time. So if you add up all these components, the latency increases a lot. Even though the quality is good, all of these are state-of-the-art models, but if you combine them together by yourself, it increases the latency a lot. You don't want your agent to wait for 3 seconds before responding, right? That is why I switched to this WAPI pipeline, which I found to be excellent. This is There are there is one more alternative to this. I'm not able to recollect their name. Yeah, I think it's Retailer. So these guys have an interface where you can select models for your cascading pipelines, but their main USP is that they have minimized the latency, and they have done it very well. In fact, the cost is also decent because finally it's a cascading pipeline. They just add a platform fee per minute, and it's out of all, this was the best experience for me, and this is what I selected at the end because it had both the benefits of the low cost for a cascading pipeline, and it had a low latency also. So it worked out pretty well for me. And within WAPI, I used DeepGram for STT and 11 Labs for TTS. So the final solution turned out to be just directly using a platform, which sounds trivial, but there is a lot of research which has gone in before I arrived at the final solution. So this is the Servam full stack. They have done quite a lot of innovations, but I did not find this to add a value compared to the WAPI architecture which I have developed. And the reason I have already mentioned, uh, I really hope their API quality increases, or I I'm not sure, but basically they have a lot of advantage with respect to dialects. WAPI or other platforms, the biggest thing is that you get a speaker with a US accent, and they modify it to make it sound like Indian. So it ends up sounding like Indian, but it sounds like an Indian American talking with you. It doesn't sound like an Indian who is brought up in India. That is the main advantage which Servom offers, and I really wanted that in my voice agent. So I spent a lot of time tweaking this, but I was not able to get it right for an actual production level application. Then for the RAG, as I already mentioned, the knowledge base, I tried using RAG, but the tool calling itself took a long time for me. I had this tool which is search knowledge base, and every time I gave a question which was out of the system prompt, it used that tool, it was intercepted and the answer was given, but the latency was very high in this whole process. Okay, so this is my final analysis. The final cascading pipeline which worked out to be best for me was DeepGram, then OpenAI Mini and 11 Labs as TTS. So DeepGram for STT, 11 Labs for TTS, and Mini for the LLM. And I am interested in these two also. In reality, with the accuracy and latency, I am the most satisfied with OpenAI real time. But the only thing was it is significantly very costly. Otherwise, I would have picked that. And for my production pick, I choose WAPI for my application. So this is the place. This was the application where I used a lot of context engineering concepts, mainly curating the right knowledge base. That is the first thing. Second thing is uh, RAG versus system prompt. That was a major decision for me. Third is the detailed ablation studies across multiple pipelines, STT, LLM, and TTS as well. And we have actually deployed this on Visuara. You can go to the website and give your feedback there. It is currently deployed. We have been getting a lot of feedback based on that, and it's working out to be quite well for us at the moment. We have also developed a tool which automatically updates the knowledge base as and when we are updating a new course and a bootcamp. So this was a very interesting experience for me. I might give a more detailed lecture on this sometime soon, but right now for all of you, I think this is very relevant. We will upload this PDF in the dashboard also, so that all of you can understand our experience building voice agents. So voice agents is a field which I am very passionate about, and I think uh, having an agent which has low latency, high accuracy, and also low cost, you you have to do some ablations to get to that point. So for me, this is something that worked quite well, and finally we even deployed it in production. Are there any questions with respect to this? So these are the two projects which I wanted to discuss today. Uh, yes, there is a speech model Personaplex, and there is also Quen TTS which is released. There is also a Mistral TTS which is recently released. So it will be interesting to compare these also along with the other models. Okay, everyone. So this was the two projects I wanted to cover in my lecture. My main objective was to help you understand how truly personalized assistants can be developed using RL, and hopefully you got a lens into the field of reinforcement learning also. Uh, and the second one was the voice agent using the WAPI platform. And there actually I have created an agent which you can call with a number also, but it is a US number. So we have not yet released it as an Indian number yet. I would encourage all of you to try it out. Since I am on Zoom right now, it might face some latency. But if you go to visuara.ai, you will see that there is this option of Ask AI, which is where the Vikrant agent will start speaking with you. Uh, there are two resources which I will share with all of you along with for the enrolled users on their dashboard, which is the PDF and also the pods link to the OpenClaw. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for attending, and all the best. I hope you use this concepts which you have taught in the context engineering to your advantage, because people say that AI agents are the future. You can build applications, you can do things, but unless people find value in it, there is no use basically, unless there is an end user who is using it. And to have an end user, you need to develop the context around your agent very properly. And the only people, I think Raj also discussed this last lecture, the people who thrive in this field, at least I have seen, who put a lot of care for their products. It's not like I have to just spin up an agent and deliver something, but finally there should be a lot of care which should be implemented in all your products, because people see that at the end. You don't want to just use your agent. For example, if I directly use Cloud Code to build an agent, it will give something, but how do I know that's the best option out of all possible options? You need to do your own research for that. uh, Claude can help you do that research also, but you need to sit around with it for a long time to do all these ablation studies. So the main purpose of this series was to give you a lot of grounding into context engineering, and to tell you that agentic engineering is very powerful, but it's also a skill which all of you should master, and it should not be taken lightly, but the product should be done with a lot of care and effort. Okay, guys, thank you everyone, and all the best. Bye.